What a time when you close your open mind. What a life, what a time. Let's do it again tonight. When the lights go down, when the lights go down, yeah. When the lights go down, when the lights go down,
We're falling, we're falling, we're falling to the ground. We're falling, we're falling, we're falling to the ground.
of something sweet. I will be there soon to wake you so discreet.
Let me walk now. Let me walk now. Oh, it's F Jeff. Hurry up now.
Okay, I take a look to the sky. It's so nice to see the moonlight over the star stripes. I feel tonight's gonna be a good night, chilling with the stars, chill in this new night. So bring back, grow up with that. Let me walk on this shiny way. The stars will be my leader today. Miss, do you know where I am? I'm walking for ya. Do you know where I am? I'm talking to ya. I'm chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars, living on the Mars, living with the moonlight. There's be a good life tonight on the moonlight. Good life tonight on the moonlight. Tonight on the moonlight. Good life tonight on the moonlight. Tonight on the moonlight. Good life tonight on the moonlight. Chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars, living on the Mars, living with the moonlight, yeah. Let me walk on the stars, I wanna show you this way. Come on, let me walk on the stars, I wanna show you this way. Come on, let me walk on the stars, I wanna show you this way. Come on, let me walk on the stars, I wanna show you this way. on the moonlight.
Chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars.
Tonight on the moonlight.
Chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars.
Yeah, different jet, so I walk through the night. See no trouble in the air, but glowing dynamite. The trouble going down, yeah, going down. And the breeze goes around, yeah, it goes around. Now I can walk to the sky, claim on the line. To the stars, I'm about to go shine this way. With a candy wind, it's so sweet up there. I watch this sunny day. Hey, can you see if I walk tonight? I'm a soul-lit slider. Alright, I hurry up like a space cowboy. I've told you twice, I enjoy this good life. Tonight on the moonlight. Tonight on the moonlight.
Chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars.
Tonight on the moonlight. Tonight on the moonlight.
Chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars.
Let me walk on the stars. I wanna show you this way. Come on, let me walk on the stars. I wanna show you this way. Come on, let me walk on the stars. I wanna show you this way. Come on, let me walk on the stars. I wanna show you this way. Let me walk on the stars. I wanna show you this way. Come on, let me walk on the stars. I wanna show you this way. Come on, let me walk on the stars. I wanna show you this way. Come on, let me walk on the stars. I wanna show you this way. Tonight on the moonlight. Tonight on the moonlight.
Chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars.
Tonight on the moonlight. Tonight on the moonlight.
Chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars. Chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars. Chilling with the stars, chilling with the stars.
Tonight on the moonlight. Tonight on the moonlight. Tonight on the moonlight.
circles to the ground in specks of silver blue, and shades of me and you behind the crippled wall. Sound was hiding small, waiting for a door, staring alone at the floor. I keep him locked inside. He broke my heart, he lied. He ran when you were near. I called him in vain. You wonder why I'm silent, why I'm looking absent. Hey, silent.
Great. So I'm just gonna give a second to the coffee people to enter. I'm gonna give Zuza. Okay. So just before the lunch break. Oh, that is loud, but that's good. So, sorry. So just before the lunch break, we've heard Hannah talking more about podcasts, how they are using them in Czechia, sharing some data regarding her country and her outlet, how they are performing. And now we will have, you guys can just stay there. We will call you on. Don't worry, don't worry. Just first row is great. Sorry to stop you like this in the middle of the. In this section, we will hear to. Daj pilocika. We will hear stories about about 2 different podcasts and about 1 media outlet who used to be a radio station and now is quite successfully entering the space of producing different audio shows and converting them into actually subscribers. But we are going to start with a good colleague of mine, Zuzanna Olejniczak, a woman of many talents. Among many is recently, although she joined Outriders to produce events, she now produces podcasts. So we'll see where she will be during the next. Come on. Yes, almost.
It's
okay.
my slides
it's here.
already.
So here you grab it. So Zuza will share a story about the Outriders podcast, which is a niche podcast covering global affairs and the story of how it began a year ago, what revolutions we covered, but also what revolutions touched the podcast itself, where are we headed, and what mistakes have you made also?
No mistakes. I have this ear,
sorry.
so thank you. Hello. After the dinner, I hope that after the lunch, I hope that we have everyone. I'm already at the dinner stage, so and wine. So nice to meet you all, and so nice to see all the familiar faces. I'm the warm-up. I see you waving there. I see you. That's right. What? Waiting. Yeah. That's right. I am representing Outriders, the sister organization of Mixer. We are on the market for the last 5.5 years. But for the last, it's working. For the last 18 months, more or less, we are also having this product that is called Outriders Podcast. And I will tell you a little bit more about this. And I will tell you a little bit who we are, what we are doing, and how do we engage our audience. The funny fact in the whole panel is that I'm from Poland. The next guys after me, guys that are representing my favorite podcast, are also from Poland, and Magda. So here we are, the Polish section. I don't know if it's embarrassing or it's funny thing. You will check this after this 40 minutes. It's working. When it comes to Outriders podcast and how do we do it, we launched the first episode just 3 days after the full-scale invasion in Ukraine, so it was the February 27th, and we had this really luck that people from our team were in Ukraine on the ground, so we could create more episodes from Ukraine, and the idea behind the podcast was to be on the spot. We really didn't want to do it in the studio because our competition does in the studio. So we wanted to search and we wanted to have fun with the sounds and also with interviews with the people. So that's the thing that we started on the first day, and that's the thing that we are also doing even today, or the last episode you can hear from Bulgaria that we are preparing. And each episode collects a bunch of people because we have a local reporter who may be from Burkina Faso or from, let's say, Thailand or Myanmar, or a different bunch of countries that you can just imagine. And we also have producer as me, host, who is Jakub, translator, bunch of people who are gathering around the case that are dedicated to international affairs. And thanks to this work, actually, we had some nice review in Poland and received, after just few months of our work, some nomination of the most important awards in Poland. So we thought, and we are still thinking, that the work we are doing is quite important and for the people that are listening to us. But to go to dig in, basically, to the thing that I wanted to say is, how do we engage the audience? And when we are thinking about this, we have three ways, because we have already the audience that is listening to us, the audience that knows Outriders, that knows the work that we are doing, and that are living in our bubble. And we are keen on expanding the audience. So I will tell you a little bit more about this. How do we do it, and how do we deal with the audience? Because the competition over the last 2 or 3 years in podcasts has changed dramatically, I would say, because our biggest competition started when the pandemic began, and so it was quite easy to start. We started during war in Ukraine, so the first audience that we received was the people interested in what was going on in Ukraine and what was going on in Kiev and different cities. But then we decided to switch and do a little pivot and cover the stories from all around the world. So right now, when we have our audience, we try to be in this direct contact with them. We try to send them questions on our Instagram stories, through our newsletters. We are also deliver some special content on our websites. Every now and then we are going, for example, to Ukraine, so we are sending some special videos, some special messages for them, some behind the scenes, even when we are crossing the streets or having some casual beers with someone in Ukraine. Our audience is really keen on whatever we are doing. When we are on the road, we know that this is quite important for them to get the full perspective that we are really not in the studio. And of course, we have such a fun of this beer meetings, of course, looking at Jakub right now. But we are also trying to get our audience who is not directly into podcasts through different tools and different products that we have in Outriders. For the last over 4 years, we also have something called Outriders Magazine, and every Friday we are sending a newsletter for over 40,000 people in Poland, and they are receiving the magazine that is dedicated to all the things that are, to the news that are around the world, and they are not in the Polish media, they are not covered. So we are also putting on every magazine information. There is a new podcast dedicated, for example, for corruption in Bulgaria or media situation in Myanmar, so you can dig in, you can check this. You can also find yourself in our podcast newsletter, so you can see and you can listen to the newest episode about that. And because YouTube is also so important in Polish market, we are also preparing a channel every Tuesday, and then there we are also publishing some materials about Eastern Europe or CE countries, where we are also connecting and combining our podcast as well. So this is the second way how we can engage people to our podcast. You may be our reader for the last 3 years. Really, you may not be a podcast listener, but then you have the way to do so. We also have our social media where really developed for the last couple of months. So you can also grab our Instagram and get some information about what's going on in podcast as well. So what I would say to you guys, like, get all your tools, get all your products, and try to combine everything to get information to your people, how they can reach you, because every place is important. And how do we expand the audience? We do it in different ways, to be honest. Because we are a quite small media outlet, we are trying to cooperate with big medias in Poland, such as Wirtualna Polska or Gazeta.pl, or different as well. And we are in this close relationships with them. They put our podcast into their own embed linked, I guess, and they are also producing some articles based on our podcast. So every now and then you can read the stories about things that we've been producing all around the world. We are trying to invite guests from other niches. For example, we are producing a podcast about sex in Ukraine, let's say, and we are getting some cooperations with people who are like into this market. And we are doing also some cross promo. So we are trying everything we can just to get people into the topics that we are interested in. So combining the things you have already and combining with the tools you have gives you this result that you can get people to your podcast as well. Of course, the competition has changed over the last year, let's say, because in our niche there's like a lot of geopolitical podcasts, I'd say, but still we are working, are doing very hard, and I think we are waiting for our audience to come, because I really do believe that doing all the tools together will bring us the great results. And that's the last one. This is our really great covers. Take a look, because soon we will be changing this, I guess. This is it.
Yeah, you could have said a little. Yeah, never mind. Thank you very much. Oh, this is actually, you can give it to the guys. Okay, so that was one podcast from the small independent media outlet who tries to do too much. But now we are going to hear about really successful and really interesting and also momentarily really funny podcast called Podcastex, which tells about 19th and early 2000s in Poland. And it is my great pleasure to invite to stage Bartek Przybyszewski and Mateusz Witkowski. Please join us. Możecie sobie usiąść, możecie też wstać. Raz, dwa, raz, dwa.
Is it working? It is. We will sit down because we are a couple of old grumpy men. Actually, we're not a couple, we are just two grumpy men, so...
Thank you. You said momentarily funny about our podcast. Why? It's always funny. Hello, everyone. As you have heard, we are Podcastex. I'm Mateusz, and it's Bartek, and it's good to be here. And we're going to tell you a thing or two about our podcast that we started like 2 years ago. We had second birthday a few days ago, and we both forgot about it, so happy birthday. Podcastex, yeah, it's a podcast about Polish 90s and 80s. It's important. We reach for this global context, but the Polish context is the most important for us, so we can start, I guess.
And about the name, Podcastex,
yeah.
It's actually important too, because this is like a parody of the strategy of Polish, I'll say, company makers from the early 90s. When they were starting companies, they were trying to sound the names of their companies to sound like more Western or American. So they added little X at the end, but the first part of the name was like some Polish thing, like Polish name Sławek or something. So in the total it was like Sławek X or something like that. And it's we think it's funny, and that's why Podcastax. But yes, and this is us. On an illustration, the portraits were done by Pan Kulka, Paweł Kuliński. We highly recommend to follow him on his Instagram, pan.kulka.art.
And next slide. This is us in the 90s, as you can see. And it's a nice time for us. I mean, everyone is nostalgic right now. There's a lot of nostalgia in pop culture, in TV shows, music, 80s revival, 90s nostalgia, 80s nostalgia too, and nostalgia, of course. So we should add this. And we are nostalgic too, that's right. I mean, we miss these old times, but we've got different approach because there's a lot of nostalgia and there's nothing behind that. So, oh yeah, these were the good old days. And it doesn't really work for us. I mean, we decided to scratch beneath the surface. I mean, yeah, Polish 90s were fine if you were a kid and you didn't have to seek for a job, you didn't get beaten by skinheads in a park, and so on and so on. So we decided to ask ourselves questions. What about the unemployment? What about Polish politics? What about Polish Catholic Church and its influence, and so on. And we started basically digging. There you should see, I guess, in a while, you should see Bartek. Yeah, is Bartek in virtual reality?
Yeah. So this is 90s high tech. I'm playing Duke Nukem 3D on this picture, and yeah, as Mateusz said, it was really fun times when you were a kid. Mostly, I think. For us, it was fun. But yes, no, unemployment was a real problem, and the homophobia was problem. And we talk about that in the podcast. So at the start, we decided to tell the listeners that it's non-nostalgic podcast about 90s and zeros, and it's partially true because it's not possible for us to be completely not nostalgic, but we try to tell people some different things that are said in, let's say, on Polish YouTube channels about the good old days, and we try to criticize things.
Yeah, that's right. Nostalgia is a starting point for us and for our listeners, but that's not all. That's me in a do-it-yourself Batman costume. I guess it's 1995, and that was made by my mom. But it's not about my mom. It's about do-it-yourself approach that we still have after these 2 years. Maybe we will see another slide, or maybe not. Yeah, how do we do it? Wow, what a suspense. How do we do it? And then we should move further. This is our gear. We don't use it anymore, but it doesn't mean that we've got this new gear, like high-tech stuff and setup. No, it's not true. We still use that kind of stuff. You can see some games and books under the microphone. And in left bottom corner, there's Norka. It's Bartek's dog. She's doing part of the research for every episode, so we should move further. But this do-it-yourself approach is really important for us. It's as important as changing the slide for me right now. Yeah, research. Then we should say a thing or two about the research.
The research is extensive, let's say. This is me with books by famous Polish journalist Tomasz Lis, but right now I think he's more of a shit poster on Twitter because like he was a mobber and in many places where he worked, and he wrote some books and so on, and we tried to check all his books with no success. I think half of it was I read half of it, but or maybe more of a half.
Yeah,
I think.
most of it, I guess.
Yeah, most of it, I think, and yeah, it was really hard. And sometimes the research is really hard, and sometimes we end up with with a document in Google Docs, I think 70 pages, say 60 pages. It was once or twice where we had like more than 100 pages long document. So the research is really important, and sometimes we have to do like the first or like 2 or 3 parts of some topics because the research is too long.
Yeah, that's happened really often. That's true. That's us again with a famous Polish comedian. I guess you don't know him, and maybe that's good, but it's Tadeusz Drozda. He was a presenter, TV presenter and comedian. He was presenting a show called Śmiechu Warte, which is like Polish version of America's Funniest Home Videos. And he agreed to record his voice for our intro. So for us, that was a threat. That was really
nice.
exciting.
It was for free. So
And it was for free. We bought him a bottle of wine, and that's all. So he's pretty available, as you can hear. And we should move further. Yeah, effects. Not that far. Yeah, and the thing about podcasting research, of course, it's important. Like we prepare every episode like for 4 or 5 days, and we publish new episode every single week. And we don't record it in a same room, in a same flat. We live in different cities, in Krakow and in Warsaw, so we meet on Skype, and then we combine it and edit it to sound more natural. But I got to say that this way of recording is really natural, and we are really relaxed while recording every single time, because maybe that's if we are talking about success, I wouldn't call it a success, but that's the name of this part of conference. It's like a private conversation with lots of swearing and jokes about John Paul II and stuff, plus the research, the information, the quotes, and all this heavy stuff. So that may be kind of a key to our, let's call it success, but I wouldn't be so sure. Effects, yeah. What about it?
yeah, it's really comfortable for us, but actually my back hurts a little bit after every recording. So yeah, waiting for the next slide. Oh yeah, here it is. So yeah, our approach is a lot of vulgar jokes and a lot of Pope jokes. We are talking about Polish Pope and some poop jokes too. So yeah, it's like that, but also some serious moments. And yes, here we can see some numbers of podcasters between 2021 and 2023. And as you can see, between July 2022 and August 2022, I think it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, there was some improvement, and we doubled our numbers, and that's why we. Why was that? Because first of all, we were starting a new season, so it worked for us that we had some pause between seasons, and people wanted to listen to us, so they returned with new power. And the second reason is we are talking about that the first bigger number is actually first podcast about Polish band called Ich Troje. There were like 7th place on Eurovision in 3 or 4, yeah. So great success, and they were really popular in Poland. I don't know if you know them, but maybe. And the second big number in September 2022 is actually podcast about Tomasz Lis, and the infamous Polish journalist. And I think right now we have monthly more than 180,000 listeners of every podcast, just on audio platforms, and some on YouTube, but a little bit lesser.
Yeah, YouTube is a backup for us, to be honest, but we don't have video, so there's nothing to watch yet. That's right. Yeah, but basically the first jump is the moment when we started to record long, like 2 hours, 2.5 an hour long episodes with lots of research. So every time someone says anything about attention span of modern people, modern men, So don't believe them. Podcasts are proof that it doesn't work that way, to be honest. Yeah, and there's a bit of bragging. It's our flex moment because we received 2 awards last year and no awards this year. So
I don't know why.
emergency. Yeah, Influencers Life Awards and Podcast of the Year, both in Poland, of course, because we record in Polish. As you probably guess, not only we don't record in the same room, we can't even receive an award altogether. There's always one of us, but maybe next time. Maybe next time and maybe next slide.
So if you have any awards to give us, feel free.
Yeah, we're there till Saturday or something.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, this is a really traumatic moment for us because we are like an hour earlier we received information that our podcast, 3-hour podcast about Ich Troje, about the band, was actually screwed up, and we have to. Right now we knew that we will have to record it again. And but you know, I'm smiling. Mateusz is not. And in Mateusz's hand there is a book about jokes made by famous people, and there is Polish Pope John Paul II on the cover, and I think it thematically works for us. And posts like that are pretty popular in our social media.
Yeah, John Paul II is basically a rolling joke in our podcast. How do we engage fans on social media? Yeah, there's another side of our podcasting. It's creating some original content or not very original and publishing it on our social media. Yes, as you can see, screenshots from pretty creepy Polish shows for kids. It's called TikTok. What else we've got? It's also from a Polish broadcast for children. It's Żaba Monika, Monika the Frog. And we try to engage and we try to reach a bigger audience by posting that. But Facebook is the most important medium for us. That's pretty funny because everyone's saying that, yeah, Facebook is dying, is for old people. Our audience is as old as us, about 30-something.
Older.
So, yeah, or older. So they are pretty old, to be honest. And Facebook really works for us. Yeah, some excerpts from book for pickup artists. It's really creepy and was translated into Polish in 90s. There was a lot of books like that. Okay, so maybe we'll stick to that. Never mind the Ich Troje album cover. There's a story behind it.
I tell more about the book for pickup artists that was earlier. There was a pickup line in there. Your dog is really nice. And it was great. So yeah, this is an image from a bubble gum called Turbo. I don't know if you know Turbo. I think it's Turkish bubble gum. It was very popular in Poland in the 90s. And the point was you buy the bubble gum and next to the bubble gum there is an image of a car. And sometimes there was an image of a car and some naked lady, like on this one. And I actually. When I was 8 or 9, I found this image on a playground next to my school, and next slide, and I drew it, and there was a shitstorm about that, and my mom was contacted with the school and so on. So my teacher was really angry, but when we put this on our social media, it worked and it was pretty popular. So yeah.
Yeah, another thing from 90s or 80s, satanic panic stuff. It really worked on our social media. This is kind of stuff that still can be found in Polish schools. I saw it in a high school in Poland, in Krakow, like 2 years ago. And of course you can find it in churches, but it's pretty obvious, to be honest.
The sign is Katoliku uważaj, Catholic be aware.
Yeah, be aware. Satan is coming. Okay, I skipped that, but I will, this is a fun art that was drew by one of our fans. Okay, let's call it like her. Yeah, maybe listener fan or something. These two men, they are rock musicians from Poland. They are right now in their 60s or something. So it's kind of a ship between those two. We asked our listeners to draw it, and one of them did. And the text at the bottom is "My saxophone is bigger than yours," because one of those guys plays saxophone. Pretty silly, but that's our podcast, to be honest. And what about the next slide? Yeah, this is something interesting and weird at the same time. It's sexualizing of Sailor Moon. It's a bootleg, of course, bootleg stuff that you could find in shops in 90s and 80s, so every child could buy it. And we try to talk about this from time to time. What next? What about our future? This is the very ending of this story. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is us. This is a photo shoot. It's a great word for this, but it's a photo shoot made for Tok FM. It's a radio station, and we created for them some spin-off series of podcast called Lub Czasopisma. In translate or press, and in every episode we present some topics according to the way the press was reacting to them. Of course, these are things from the 90s and the zeros, and and yeah, this is a pretty new project. This is like a photo from, I don't know, 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. This is our second podcast, the commercial next to the sex shop in Warsaw. But there is a lot of outdoor commercials of Lub Czasopisma. So this is like the most important, I think, right now project we are in.
Yeah, that's true. And the person who invited us to do it is Magda Birecka, that will be speaking there in a minute, I guess. So
After us.
that's thanks a lot, Magda. Yeah, some bus stops and stuff, and we are getting pretty close to the very ending of the presentation. But yeah, and there's another side of what we do: meeting with listeners and recording live. We did it twice, in Poznań and in Wrocław, in Poland, of course. And it was a fun time, and people really crave that kind of interaction. I don't know, meeting a person who record a podcast. So I guess that we will do it again in the future. It's killing me. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting us. That was fun time to say a thing or two. And if that's gonna work, yeah, we are sending a lots of love, so thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Thank you, guys. You just made me relive my 90s again. Time of my formation. As you can see, it was pretty creepy in Poland back then. But those podcasts based on sentiment are very popular also in different countries and markets. So maybe one of you wants to revisit the 90s in Bosnia or your respective countries. So no, you don't. Oh yeah, yeah, bad joke. Sorry. So, but maybe 80s or something like this. Now moving on to already someone who was almost introduced by Podcast Text. Magda, where are you? Oh, sorry, I'm looking there. So Magda works for Tok FM. Tok FM, as I said before, they actually started as a normal radio station. They were the first and one of the few, if not the only, actually, radio station which, just a news radio station, basically providing news coverage 24 hours a day long. But for a couple of years, they are reinventing themselves. They've actually applied a subscription model also, and I think you have more than 30,000 regular subscribers. Yes. So radio station with 30K subscribers, and they do it by combining different things. But Magda here is responsible for producing many different shows. So I think that's it. Please, join us on stage. Do you want to sit and use this small one? Hey, yeah, please welcome her. Yeah.
Hello, does it work?
They are working harder for a free beer. Okay. And the magic remote. The magic remote.
I don't need it.
The guys took it?
I don't need it.
Ah, you don't need it. Okay, all good.
So, hello everyone. My name is Magda Birecka. I'm from Poland. This is my notes because I don't have any presentation. As you can see, I'm from radio. I'm deputy editor-in-chief of Tok FM Radio from Warsaw, from Poland. And I am responsible for running our online department, which in this case online means Tok FM PL, which consists of articles, videos, and last but not least, podcasts. But it wasn't me who introduced podcasts to Tok FM. Quick note, when I speak, behind me you will see the covers of our podcasts, just randomly. But to start the story of our monetization project, I will need to tell you something about Tok FM itself. Tok FM now is the largest independent news radio station in Poland. As Info Radio, it began broadcasting in 1998. Maybe you remember that time. It was the time when we were mostly offline. There were no smartphones. There were even no Facebook. And the same year, 1998, is the year when the Google was founded. So it was quite a long time ago. And at that time, Tok FM was something brand new, hardly any music, lots of news and hours of broadcasts with interviews, discussions, opinions on various topics like politics, economy, social issues, world events, culture, sports, etc., etc. And it was really fresh at that time, inspiring and unique. But these were strengths, but there were weaknesses also, because radio as a medium is very personal and some say magical, but also fleeting. Everything what was broadcast disappeared immediately. If you wanted to listen to everything, you had to be glued to your radio receiver. So from the very first year of existing of Tok FM, some broadcasts were cut and published on the website, so as listeners could find them or know them, maybe. But it wasn't a system, it wasn't a systematic process. It was from time to time. But there were this feeling on the team that this broadcast should be archived somehow. And there were many key moments in the history of Tok FM, and one of them, those moments happened in 2014, when the decision was made to archive all radio broadcasts. And it was decided to edit it, cut into pieces, publish them in the mobile app, and start selling them. These audio pieces in that time was introduced as podcast because it was audio on demand, but today I will call them catch-ups because in fact these are audio pieces which were already broadcasted on the air. So that was the moment when Tok FM Premium, the product about Kuba was saying about it, was introduced. And it worked very well, so well that in 2016 and 2017, online subscription revenues exceeded online ad revenues. So that was the moment when the decision was made to do something more about Tok FM Premium and subscriptions. So 5 years ago, a new app was launched. The website was refreshed, a team was formed, and the big strategy has been written. And of course, the goal was set, an ambitious one, to gain 30,000 subscribers by the end of 2022. As you already know, it was achieved. But meanwhile, podcasts started to gain traction in Poland. There were more and more podcasters, and more people were looking for podcasts and wanted to listen to them. So there were some challenges because podcasters were looking for opportunities to monetizing their work. As Talk FM, we were also looking for inspiration, so we were listening a lot, mostly in English, and in those British, American, Canadian podcasts, we were hearing about sponsorships, commercial partners, and all these different kinds of advertisement. And we were wondering if there is something we can come into. So we started to looking for a second way of monetization, different from subscriptions, and maybe complementary to it. And in fact, we found one, and for 5 years we are developing this way also. And we developed many different forms of commercial activities. So as you can see, there are two ways of monetizations of podcasts we were exploring at Talk FM. And both of them surprised us in various moments and need to be developed separately, which doesn't mean that they do not cross sometimes. And we know already that these ways are not the only ones. Well, how does it work with subscriptions in Talk FM nowadays? Well, it is a much more extensive project than it was just a few years ago. In the very beginning, there was a radio archive of broadcasts, which was getting bigger and bigger as time passed. Because as we deliver 19 hours of fresh broadcast daily from Monday to Friday, and 17 hours daily on weekends, there are literally tens of thousands of catch-ups today in our archive. Each huge collection of interviews, discussions, guides, whatever, and it's really hard to find a subject which wasn't covered yet in at least one broadcast. Later on, we started to think about some services which could make listening to our catch-ups easier and more comfortable. So first of all, we promised our subscribers to remove ads, which they hear in Radio Live. We also added some options to our mobile application. For example, possibility of creating personal playlist, to listening to podcasts offline, or just search engine to find interesting one. And there is also something really special, however not connected to podcast. It's ad-free radio, available only in streaming. This is the same radio as FM radio, but the commercial spots was removed, and there is music in this place. But above all, and especially for me, because this is my job, we started publishing actual podcasts. So podcasts that you can't hear on the radio. So today, Talk FM Premium is much, much more than Radio Archive itself. We were adding all these bricks after consulting our audience and in multiple surveys, and of course, not at once. It was also very important to inform that something new was introduced. There is new optional premiere of something new for them. According to study from 2021, 1 in 3 internet users in Poland listens to podcasts, and this number is still increasing. Moreover, every year listeners spend more and more time on listening podcasts, and 1 in 5 listeners turns on podcasts at least once a week. That sounds great, and it's great news for someone who produces podcasts, but all this means that the podcasting market in Poland is getting more and more competitive. Most of big media have their own podcasts, as well as independent podcasters gather audience which is greater and greater. So we know that there's a challenge because there is huge number of podcasters whose podcasts are free of charge and available on popular platforms like Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or something like this. And we, as a medium with paywall, we need to do our best in keeping high quality level just to earn audience time. So as a radio, we have a fantastic team. We have journalists, editors, who are the core of our podcasting team, but we also invite some partners to doing interesting, inspiring, or important audio projects. 5 years ago, when we were starting publishing podcasts, there were 6 series. 3 of them are still streaming. Why only 3? Well, every new podcast is kind of experiment or a bet. Sometimes something which appears interesting for us isn't interesting for our audience. By the way, there were many series that ended after few episodes or few months. In this case, we always analyze what went wrong. Is it the subject not interesting, or maybe the format was too complicated, or maybe the promotion was too small or improperly conducted? These answers are very important when we decide to do next projects. So today we have 11 regular podcast series, as well as episodic reporting series, or documentary series, or interview series. 2 years ago, we presented our first documentary podcast series. It was a story about the foster care in Poland and the children who got into it, about the bad law, about the official weaknesses, and the story of specific children and families who were trapped in this malfunctioning system. And it's maybe difficult, it could be boring, it was an experiment. And it happened that there were thousands of people who wanted to listen to it. And many of them reached us and shared us their own experiences. We also managed to reach politicians, and some of this bad law were changed. We also know about, at least, we know that this series changed some people's lives. We know about 2 children who found families thanks to this project. And after these 2 years, we know that there's a huge amount of people who still want to listen to it and discuss it, even though it is a paid content. So we have completed 12 such series, documentary or reporting series. 4 of them were awarded with Journalist Prize. Some were nominated. But it is not easy to produce things like this. And it is quite also expensive, but we treat it as an investment. We hope, and in fact it is like this, that people stay with us to listen till the end, or are back when we present something new for them. And usually the first episode is free in this kind of project, so people can listen to it and see if it's something for them. And next one are available for subscribers only. We also publish some samples in social media or YouTube, for example. So this is one way. I see that the time is up. So quick quickly about the second way of monetization. So this commercial project, which we call special projects, it's nothing groundbreaking. You know it from other media. There is content, and in the beginning of the episode is the information about the sponsorship. Usually the sponsor is connected with the subject of this specific content. The success is connected to the wisdom of commercial partner, because our role is sometimes to tell them that no one will like to hear podcast about this specific client, maybe some client and his CEO. So these are sometimes difficult projects, but there is one which I'm particularly proud of. It was a podcast called I Have a Question. For a year, once a week, our team of economic journalists presented one question about economy connected to what was happening in that time, and we're looking for expert to find the answer. And we managed to find a commercial partner, audits and tax advisors. It was a win-win situation. It was very good content, and every side of this project were happy. Another example is the podcast called Good Job. 5 years ago, a journalist came up with an idea for a podcast about job from employees' perspective, and we found a sponsor, a website with job offers, who stays with us and with this project for 5 years consecutively. So I think that it is quite a work, and we know there is much more to do and much to discover. And as we achieve this goal of 30,000 of subscribers by the end of 2022, we have a new one, which is much more ambitious, and I hope we're going to achieve it too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Magda. I actually have to say that this is, I think, one of the best transitions of media I have been personally observing in past few years. There is also other things. So I really encourage you to talk to Magda, because it's a fascinating story how they are, reinventing the legacy radio into a hub of different radio shows. So now, a good story. I don't know, probably you know that the most popular podcasts worldwide in every country, wherever you look, is crime podcasts, Why is that? It's very simple storytelling. We don't know who committed a crime, and then we are listening for a long time to understand who did it. It's basic storytelling, example, plus usually it touches, I don't know, something which is mysterious, something which was tragic. We always know, there's something bad is happening, and yet we are somehow attracted to it. And, when you have let's say, your own media website or a CSO website, you are maybe happy that people spend 5 minutes on this website, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15, and then you're basically opening up a big bottle of champagne. At the same time, people are spending hours watching, listening, or playing. And I think this is why we also are bringing different creators, so we can understand how they're using the storytelling, so we can merge those two worlds. And our next panel is exactly about it, because we will be talking about the crime and investigations, and I will just shut up and introduce the moderator. So please, Zuzanna Ceman-Perwijaj. Almost, I was Perwijaj. Yes, please welcome her. It's the toughest job, okay. And I leave the floor to you. She will introduce your panelists and have fun.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us on this rainy Thursday afternoon in Sarajevo at the Mixers program at the Point Conference. My name is Zuzanna Ceman-Perwijaj, and I'm an assistant product manager for investigative tooling at the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. And today I will be moderating our great panel, Brand New Crimes and Investigation, where we will be talking about investigative journalism and the challenges and changes it faces due to the expansion of YouTube and podcasts. We have 3 great speakers with us today, so I'm going to call them down one by one. We have David Oleski, a reporter at the Investigative Reporting Lab, Macedonia, IRL, and an ID researcher at OCCRP. Thank you for joining us, David. We have Janina Kornienko, Ukrainian journalist from Slitstvo Info. Thank you for joining us. And we have Semir Mojkic, managing editor for the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network, BURN for short, joining us today. Cool, thank you all.
I don't know, are they working? Can you hear us? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Now they are.
Cool, so thank you all for joining us, and I think it would be great if we can all just briefly, or if you all can just briefly introduce yourselves, basically where you're based, your main areas of focus, and how long you've been with your current media organizations.
Should I start?
Go for it.
I'm David Ilieski. I'm based in Skopje, North Macedonia. I work as a journalist investigator with the Investigative Reporting Lab, which is a media organization focused on investigating organized crime and corruption in Macedonia. And we are part of the big network, the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, where I also work as a researcher. Why I'm here? Because IRL has a production team which is doing documentaries and podcasts, and I'm going to talk more about that in this panel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janina Kornienko. I'm a Ukrainian journalist working for Slitstvo Info Media. It's an investigative agency. We're also part of OCCRP network. And today I will talk about how we're presenting our investigations on YouTube.
Hello, everyone. My name is Semir Mojkic.
A little closer, Semir.
Yeah. I'm the managing editor for the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network office in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Our core of reporting is, and how we started, is war crime trials reporting and investigations on the war crimes in Bosnia and Herzegovina. But in the recent years, we've been also expanded to cover corruption, to cover foreign malign influences, to cover different kind of radicalization and extremism processes, both in Bosnia and in the region. And I will be talking about how we actually started using YouTube as a new social media for us, and how do we sometimes do a content specifically for YouTube and just for YouTube, and how do we incorporate it into our investigations, both on war crimes, but also in the different topics, and what does it brings to us.
Perfect. Thank you all for your introductions. My first question is for Semir and Janina, for you both. Why did your outlet start using YouTube? And can you also tell us the benefits compared to written journalism as to why?
Okay, our media started to work with YouTube a lot of years ago. First of all, the first reason is just because we can't work with TV. In Ukraine, Ukrainian TV channels are mostly owned by business or politicians, and according to our ethical rules and philosophy, we won't work with them. So we wanted to do investigative journalism, independent. That's why we started to produce investigations on YouTube. That was the first reason. The second one is Ukrainian audience don't really like read complicated stories, and I think as all other audience in other countries. So we tried to pack these complicated schemes in videos to make it easier for people to understand what is going on. If we choose any video platforms, YouTube is the most popular, I think. Yes, and also when the war, the full-scale invasion happened, Ukrainian audience started to read a lot and watch a lot, and the YouTube format helps people to get information quickly and easy. So we keep working there.
Thank you. Semit, would you like to add something?
For us, it was a way to actually discover new audiences. We have this TV show, monthly TV show, that's been aired on some 20 TV stations in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's been going for years now. And we were always uploading it on YouTube, the full TV show for everyone to watch. But we weren't so focused on actually having people to watch it and to promote it and to actually use YouTube as a new platform to reach people. So at some point I figured out what was said before the panel. Somehow it's strange, but people are willing today to spend more time watching something than reading something. If you have a long form investigation and it takes you 15 or 20 minutes or half an hour to read it, people are not so keen to read for so long. But if you put a video of 30 minutes, sometimes they're more willing to watch 30 minutes of video than to read. Even if it's longer, even if it takes them to continually watch it, they're still more willing to do that. So I was really interested in seeing how we could use actually YouTube to promote this TV show, but also to do different kind of stuff. And what I saw is that we could reach, even though this TV show is being aired on different TV stations, I realized we could reach new audience. And it's not just a younger audience. Obviously it is. YouTube is an emerging social media platform in Bosnia, but by some reports, Facebook is still the first, Instagram is now on the second place, and YouTube is on third. So Twitter, even though we really love to use it, is not that popular in Bosnia. So I wanted to use this advantage to actually, that we have this multimedia production, how could we use it for YouTube? And I saw there's a younger audience that's willing to actually look at it, but also some older audience which now has smart TVs, and if you do your job well, your content can be in this related or suggested content, and you can really reach them. If they're watching something on YouTube, on their smart TVs, your content could pop up. So I really wanted to see how could we use that as our advantage. We don't have resources or servers to use video at our own server, so we always use YouTube for videos. And I wanted to see if we use it such as we use Instagram or Facebook, how can we grow at YouTube? That was our idea.
I just want to add something to what Semir said, that it's not that people do not read, at least in our case, we can see it, like, because when you do these hardcore investigative journalism stories, you publish long pieces, but I think that using YouTube is targeting a different kind of audience, one thing, because everybody said that, like, trying to reach new audience, but it's also like trying to find new ways of storytelling, because when you do investigative journalism, you have these stories which can be applied to good storytelling in a written story with 3,000, 5,000 words, but also there are stories which are really good to be told in a video, which you're not going to be able to express the same things that you're going to be able to express through a written text the same way that you're going to be able to do them in a video format. And I think that's also one very important thing, the ways of storytelling that the video gives you.
Thank you all for your insights. David, my next question is going to be for you and specific to IRL. So IRL does podcasts, 16 episodes to be exact from what I just saw. Well, 16th episode was just released recently. So can you take us back and tell us how IRL got started into creating podcasts? What was that pushing factor?
So basically, IRL is existing for around 5 years in Macedonia. It was founded by Saška Cvetkovska and a team of small team of journalists, which in the media landscape, which was very unstable, same as everywhere else in the Western Balkans, mainly everywhere in the world now, we can see that it's a very unstable media market. We decided to try and find different ways of how we're gonna shape and tell these stories. So 2 years ago, when you do this, as I mentioned before, hardcore investigative journalism stories about corruption, about organized crime, they're not always the ones that you can only tell through written texts. So through the efforts, we managed to set up a whole production team which started to do documentary series. 2 years ago, we started producing a documentary series called Newsroom. And they're basically long-length documentaries, and we are collaborating with filmmakers, directors, movie editors, which are helping us to find other ways how to tell these stories. So basically, we were producing this documentary series for 1 year, and we were publishing it on YouTube and on the National Broadcasting Channel. And it got a lot of traction, and people started watching it a lot. So the idea for the podcast came with this documentary series. We initially wanted to have like a podcast which will talk about the behind the scenes of the investigations that you can watch in the documentaries. Rebuilding trust in media is a very important part of our work, and through showing how journalists do their work and through showing how we dig through documents, how we try to do our work in the most ethical and professional way, I think that's one way of how you can regain trust. And the podcasts give you an insight of what we do as a journalist, what we face when we are investigating these stories, because we are always like under a lot of pressure. My colleagues will be able to see the same thing, that when you do these kind of stories, there are interesting things behind the scenes. So I think that people want to listen to this kind of stuff. So basically, this is how the podcast, and the name of the podcast is Talks in a Newsroom. Basically, it's kind of, the idea was to give an insight about the journalists' work in IRL. But just to finish up, it kind of got the traction. People started watching the podcast. So basically, there are tens of thousands of views on each podcast, which for a small country like Macedonia, which has an audience base of less than 2 million, I think the numbers are good. So when we saw that, we decided to have like this podcast as a regular thing, which we publish bi-weekly. We publish once every 2 weeks. So basically, we have this podcast. We expanded it beyond only the documentary series, and we still give insight on the investigative stuff, the interesting parts of the journalist's work.
Perfect. Thank you, David. Really interesting. So we have a nice mix of organizations that do podcasts and organizations that make informational videos for YouTube and so on. So I want to open up this next question to all of our speakers. Are there any specific challenges or opportunities, rather, that have emerged with the rise of YouTube and podcasts, specific to your organizations, or if anything you just want to mention generally?
Yes, in Ukraine we had a lot of we got a lot of views last year. A lot of audience come to our channel, and we produced a lot of videos first months of war, and it brought us 1 million views for each video, and that was a big challenge for us, because we had to keep this frequency of publishing, to keep this audience on our channel, but I think it really depends on topics. Actually, no one knows how it works, and I think even our communication team don't understand how it works, but people go away, and now we have a big hole in the views. People don't watch it so much, and I can understand them. The big, all that violence we have to show, and all that violence we watched a year ago, it's not possible anymore to watch that much. And I think it might be a reason why people don't watch videos so actively as it was before. But at the same time, we have doubts. Maybe they won't watch it, and we try to propose them stories about corruptions again, not only about war crimes as we did last year. And maybe we should publish more about war crimes, and then the audience will stay with us, because we want to work for people, and we don't want to work just, to do it for us. And of course, it's important for us what people think. So yes, now we have like a biggest challenge. We don't really understand what people like and what not, and what audience is our, because before war it was people who watch stories about complicated offshore schemes, about domestic corruption. Then our channel grew up with people who watched about war crimes, and now we don't know who are them anymore, because it's mix of both, and we also mix stories, and that's why we can't choose which is our best way to work. So I think this is a big challenge for us in YouTube, and also we have a lot of competitors. By competitors, I mean not only a media, but also a bloggers who produce not really, I won't say good content, but let's say fact-checked content, and they get a lot of views just because of the way they show it, the manner of presenting, and maybe they make things more simpler, which we can't allow to do for ourselves, because we need to do it properly according to all journalism standards. And I think these bloggers are huge competitors for independent media nowadays. So I think this is our most challenges last months.
This is an interesting topic that Janina mentioned. Is this working? Yeah, okay. I think this is an interesting topic that Janina mentioned in terms of how you're trying to structure the way of the YouTube algorithm and what you're trying to produce when it comes to YouTube. And when you try to fit into that whole bubble where you have a lot of content producers, a lot of people who don't do just like the basic journalistic work and then try to tell the stories through YouTube, but they do not apply the same standards and the same professional ethical standards that a journalist should have. It's kind of a hard challenge to try and find the right way. So basically, I want to say that trying to not to chase what the algorithm of YouTube wants, but trying to do the professional work of a journalist and use YouTube as an outlet where you will be able to reach people. I have other ideas about challenges and opportunities, but I wanted to hear what Semir thinks about this.
For us, the biggest challenge would be to actually switch and learn how to switch between writing style and formats to the video formats. It's completely different, and you have to train people to think differently. You have to think about all sorts of different things, and I would say that it costs much more than to produce just a written piece. It also takes much more time. And when I said you have to look at some specific things, for example, you always think in a written reports how to start a lead, how to make it rich, and how you want it to actually look. You have to do the same with the video. What worked really well for us, and it took us some time to actually realize it, you would usually start your introduction with some, I don't know, landscape shot or something like that. But if you don't start with the face, someone's face, there's a great chance that your video will be just swiped. So we actually learned that you have to start immediately your video if you want people's attention, because these first seconds when they decide whether they're going to watch it or not is really important. And it goes against your natural storytelling. You want time to set the place for people, for your viewers, for your readers to actually understand where you are, what's the story. But with these formats that you actually put on social media, and all we do on YouTube, we use it for Facebook and Instagram, you have to start immediately to get them actually interested. For us, it was also how to actually make it look really good. I think there's a big gap between doing these simple videos that you can do with mobile phone, that you can do quickly, that you can edit on mobile phone or basic laptop. But there's a big gap if you want to do a professional production. Then it costs really much to get all the equipment, to have people. And are you going to have people in-house, or are you going to take someone from the outside? So what we actually do now is we do have in-house cameramen and 2 video editors that will work full-time. So we realized that's the best if we want to have professional production, but it really costs. And it takes you time to do these stories, to do these videos. You also have to think, while you are doing investigation, you have to record it, you have to shoot it. You cannot do an investigation and then later on think, how can we do a video? You have to do it at the same time because you want to show people how you did it, you want to record your people you are interviewing. Sometimes it makes you a problem because it's easier to get people to talk to audio recording than to camera. But all that said, I think there are great opportunities to actually reach new audiences. And for us, it was also important because as we air on 20 different TV stations, we don't send them these shorter videos. And also for these longer formats, sometimes what happens for us, some of the TVs are not interested in actually airing it. Not interested because they think it's badly done. But some of the topics, especially for foreign malign influences, if you do topic on Huawei, for example, then it's the question, who of these TV stations is going to air it because they might have commercials from that company. So YouTube proved for us to be our direct channel to our viewers to actually to go directly to them. I would say that the great opportunities are YouTube Shorts that you could use. For us, it showed that it usually has more views than a video you put on just a normal, regular video. So it works really well. On the challenging part for this big investigation, fact-checking is also a problem when you do video. It's different, and you want to do video as quickly as possible with the story. Sometimes you change something changes in the story. It's much harder to change something in video editing than it is to change something in a story. You just rewrite the sentence. Here you have to record audio again, or you have to do graphics again. It's different.
I'm gonna agree that the most challenging part in the video production part is the resources in terms of money, because video production, as Samir said, it costs a lot of money if you want to do it the right way. And we in IRL decided that we're gonna take an in-house team, but we took a team that was previously not working in the journalistic world, but was fully in the movie production business, directors, movie editors, people who came from a different sphere. And we decided to take a little bit of a different approach. We don't go with the standard YouTube algorithm that we need to catch the attention of the audience right away. Sometimes we are sure that this does not work in the best interest for people to watch the videos, but on the other hand, I think that building audience is a slow progress, and you need to teach them what you're doing. So the approach that we took is having these long-length documentaries that have a 3-act structure, and they go slow. Then they set up an antagonist, a protagonist. In our case, the antagonist is the journalists who are investigating this story. So basically, I think it's a little bit of a different approach. But coming from here to the opportunities that these ways of storytelling gives you, especially with the podcast and with the documentaries, is, I mentioned this before, but it's building trust in journalists, which I think is one of the biggest issues at this moment in the world, because people do not trust us, people do not read news, people do not listen to news, people think they are entitled to their own facts. And one of the things how we decided to tackle this is that we as investigative journalists try to uncover the truth, try to uncover crime, and it's for the people outside this world, this is a very interesting thing, we always, as mentioned before, we always watch these crime series or crime podcasts which give you an insight of how somebody's investigating, and people most usually think that us as journalists just gonna take the information and we're gonna give them to you, but we as journalists, it's a tedious work. We go through a lot of databases. We talk with a lot of sources. We are under a lot of pressure while we are investigating. So basically, part of the documentary and mostly the podcast as well is telling you how much we do this work behind the scenes, meaning that we are the people who investigate, and the information that we are getting is not just served to us by some people in power that want to influence something. But mainly, this is made for a good cause. We are fighting corruption, we are fighting organized crime, and we are showing you how we do this. Same with the documentary, same with the podcasts, where we talk a lot about how we do things, why we do things. And we also, like, often in the podcasts call other journalists from other media outlets, and they share their own stories in terms of how they did an investigation. And I think this is a very important process. And we are seeing that, like, people react to this. People are trusting us more, people are more open to talk with us, and people approach us to tell us their stories and to find an outlet where they can get the truth out.
Perfect. Thank you all for your insights. I just wanted to piggyback off of something that was mentioned. So we brought up engaging new audiences, we brought up new storytelling techniques, trustworthiness of journalists. So I think the main question here is, how do you navigate between the balance of maintaining journalistic integrity and meeting the needs of your viewers? Because when it comes to YouTube or podcasts, most of the time, in many cases, it's prioritized entertainment or some sort of sensational content. So where's the divide?
I'm just going to have a quick answer. There's no divide. Journalistic standards and professionalism is imperative, and there's no topic for discussion on this field. I don't think that getting more views can be put on the same level of discussion, whether we're going to sacrifice the integrity of the journalist just to get more views. So just a quick answer, no topic of discussion.
Okay. Everyone agree?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So moving forward, question for each of you. Can you mention to us an example of a notable investigative journalism case or anything that you did that was a huge success, let's say, and made a huge impact that came from either your YouTube channels or from podcasts?
Usually our investigations are just for audience who, we reveal for audience some phenomena that exist in Ukraine, how it was before the war, and nothing changed. Sometimes it's somehow influenced on decision of our politicians, but not that often. Now I think it's mostly about documenting history. So I think that the result of what we are doing now will be easy to see in a years, because what we are doing, big part of our work is just documenting war crimes. So we're going to a place where a crime was committed, for example, killed civilian. We are doing a field work, just collecting some papers on the ground, just bullets, etc. To, for example, recording from cameras on the street. Then we get back to office, we analyze it, we trying to get a list of Russian soldiers based on that village, for example, if it was a village. Then we try to identify all those Russian soldiers from a specific military union. We print their faces, get back to a village, show it to people, and people recognize them or not. If people recognize them, we have a story about a specific killer, not just a random army who committed a crime, but a specific soldier who did it. We know his name and we know his face. This is just a simpler, quick stories we do every week. But we're also doing documentaries, and last two documentaries is about deportation of children to Russia, and basically my colleague, she managed to get back them home, and we film all the way how those kids who was they was in a Crimea, on occupied Crimea at that moment, and she contacted them just to ask about how they appeared in that territory, and they said they didn't want to go there. They just forcibly moved to this city, and they won't get back home. And we realized that this is already our sources, because we talked to them and they are under danger because of us, and we tried them to leave, to get back to Ukraine. So they traveled through Russia, through Europe, and get back to Kyiv successfully. So I think it's a successful story, because kids are safe now. And to show it to our audience, we usually do presentations in a cinema. if it's a documentary, and I think it's really powerful tool because it makes something special. Because when you just publish it on YouTube, it can pass in a amount of random videos from bloggers, journalists, news, etc. But when you do a movie presentation and the cinema, people come here, people make an effort to come and spread it around friends, and then it becomes a new itself that it's Listvin for presented movie, so it's become more special. Talking about successful story now, I think all story when someone survived is already successful. But talking about corruption, it depends on case, of course.
Thank you for sharing. David, Semyon?
Yeah, our experience is quite similar. I would say documentaries work really well on YouTube. We recently did a documentary on how these far-right narratives, both in Serbia and in Bosnia, led to violence against LGBT community and stopping of Europride in Belgrade. We also did a showing, live showing, which really connects you to the audience in a different way than it is just publishing online. But YouTube proved to be really good for documentaries, both investigative and both different kinds of documentaries that will explain you something, give you a different perspective. What also really works well for us are explainer videos. This is by far the most watched content on all of our social media platforms. People really like to watch these simple, short videos of 3, 5, or 7 minutes to explain them something that is quite complex or that is trending. They want these 3 or 5 things to understand what's important there. When we talk about the investigations that were really good with YouTube, I could talk about 2. The recent one is we did this video which gives you in a couple of minutes, it shows you the whole story we did on the Russians that are trying to open companies in Sarajevo. One of them being really high up in one of the gas companies. And Ukraine actually wants him sanctioned, but he tried to open company here, and in the investigation we found out there's a guy in Sarajevo which is actually helping Russians to open companies here. But they also face a problem that the Western banks are not willing to open them bank accounts because they are afraid of the sanctions. So we had a conversation with this guy who is opening the companies. We couldn't reach this guy from Russia, but the whole video was really good, and it had good viewing on YouTube and a lot of feedback. The other thing, how YouTube actually helped us is not the long form video, but kind of a trailer that we did that we used before we published the story, but also when we published it to attract people to actually read the whole story, which was huge, multimedia story. It probably takes you like 20-25 minutes to read. We made this video into a minute and a half or 2. It's about the group of people that were actually healing this woman who actually died of leukemia. Her disease was curable by the words of her doctor, but at some point she connected to this group of people. She listened to them, she refused the official medication that she was recommended. In the end, she died. So her family provided us with the messages that she was sending with these people, and we recorded some of the family members, and we showed some of these messages on video, so it proved to be really good to actually get people to read your story and to understand it, to be attracted by. Also, we do these big databases which are based on videos. We did one for Srebrenica. It's 100 videos with 2 or 3 minutes video of testimonies of these people, and this is really something that people love to watch.
So I just wanted to ask you quickly, do you think that the short videos that should promote this written story can go viral, but the people who watch the short video are not that keen to read the full story? Like if you compare the views that the short video got to the amount of readers and the length they stayed on the story, do you see that there's like...
Yes, there's always discrepancy between people who see these shorter videos and who actually read it, but in my opinion, these people wouldn't see story at all. So it's a benefit for me if they even see this short video. I try to explain it. Some of them will click, some of them will see, so it's a win-win situation for me. I know it's a challenge whether you are giving them just something short and they will not go there, but if you cannot get them interested, it's probably they wouldn't be reading it at all. So for me, it's a benefit.
When it comes to successful stories, I think what makes a successful story for us, the number one thing is causing impact and making change in society when you publish a story. And I think, of course, that's very interconnected with the amount of views and amount of audience that they're going to watch or read the story, because in order for changes to happen, you need to have public pressure. One really successful story that I want to mention that is coming from IRL is the documentary that we published last year. It's called Bad Blood. It was a long-length documentary about a cardiac surgeon in Macedonia, which was performing an experimental medical treatment on COVID patients. When we published the documentary, it caused a huge boom in Macedonia. Basically on YouTube, like 600,000 people watched it, which again, coming back to the audience group of less than 2 million, it's a lot of people to watch this documentary. But why this story was successful? Not only because it got a lot of views, but because the prosecution was proactive on this case. Now he's facing charges, he's in court. They are charging him for scamming people and endangering people's lives. Hopefully he's gonna go to jail for that. But why I wanted to mention this story is because I think that the connection between good, ethical, and professional journalism and finding a new way of storytelling, having this 60-minute documentary with a 3-act structure where the journalist is an antagonist of the story and he's facing this protagonist, the other way around, sorry, the protagonist is the journalist, and he's facing this antagonist, which is the bad guy in the story, this doctor who is working not in the way that the doctor should work. And I think that this caused like and intertwined into this, you have the victims the families of the victims, the people in the hospital died. You cause a very emotional reaction with people, and I think that people, when they have an emotional reaction, they resonate with the story, and this is why the prosecution had such a good reaction. And coming back to the podcasts now, this is around when we were starting the podcast, and right after 1 week after the documentary was published, we produced a podcast, and we mostly do video podcasts. We publish them on our YouTube channel. We also disseminate them on Spotify and on Instagram Shorts and YouTube Shorts, but the main audience group is on YouTube video. And this podcast gained like more than 100,000 views, which was very connected. So I think that trying to find like products that can work together with each other is a very important part when you're trying to tell a story, and this is the way how you can cause impact, because you need to keep the pressure going. You just don't publish one story and stop there, but you need to find other ways how to keep this traction in order for the institutions to react and finally do something about it.
So we're reaching the end before we get to our audience Q&A, but I just wanted to thank you all for your insights, Semir, Janina, David. And I think we're all excited to see the future of investigative journalism when it comes to YouTube and podcasts or any other platform that may arise in the upcoming years and new trends and developments. So I just wanted to say that we had some great discussions today, and we would love to open up the floor. We have, I think, 15 minutes for an audience Q&A. So if anyone has any questions, please let us know, and we'll have someone come to you.
Pretty silent room. Anyone?
Maybe I can just throw in another question then. Yeah?
If nobody has any.
Okay.
You know, I have a lot of questions about YouTube. It's funny that maybe all those people know about YouTube and can say, because I'm like, I was really surprised we have to tell something about YouTube to people because we like completely lost about its algorithms and how it works. So yeah.
Ask away, Janina. All right, I'm going to throw another question out, and then we can see if anyone else has any questions, and then we can wrap up. So I started getting into future trends and what we're anticipating. So I would love to know your thoughts on what is the future of YouTube and podcasts in investigative journalism. What developments or trends do you anticipate? Do you think a whole new platform is going to arise sometime soon? Maybe we can delve into that.
I personally think that YouTube is still gonna stay the staple of how journalists, where journalists put their video stories. I think it's the main channel that we're gonna continue using in the next few years. The thing that is gonna probably change is how we tell these stories, and I think that because we mentioned this and Janina brought it up last in terms of how the YouTube algorithm works and what people do and what is happening in general in terms of trust in media, and this is widely connected to having this play out of people, vloggers, which just try to occupy and focus only on the YouTube algorithm. I think that what will distinguish investigative journalism and this like way of professional way of doing journalism is the new ways of storytelling, and I think we should focus more on that, and I think we should be persistent and not just only fall just to be clickbait and just try to get the views, but stay focused and stay on the path that we are here to tell the truth, we are here to expose crime, and we are here to bring change in the society. So I think I'm not seeing that in the next 5 years, for example, in a short period of time, there's going to be a huge transition in terms of where we put the stories out, but I'm seeing that it's going to be a hard fight in terms of how to combat these clickbait outlets.
I completely agree. I think that storytelling is the solution for those who want to work with investigations. And we also pay a lot of attention to a cover photo on YouTube, because before a person click on the video, they see a cover picture and the heading, and we pay a lot of attention how to call it and what to put on this picture to make to attract the audience. So I think a good taste of these covers is really helping too, and I also think that YouTube will keep being the main platform for videos. However, we will see something opposite. I remember SoundCloud, yes, that was popular when it was a COVID, and everyone expected it will be a revolution, but I don't know how it in your countries, but in Ukraine, you've seen people even don't remember how it's called. Right, so I think, yes, we should keep learning how to work with YouTube, learn more our audience and to understand it, to meet them, and that will be a key for success.
I think most of all, the video is here to stay. I think it's going to grow the usage of the videos, both in investigative journalism, but in all different kinds of journalism. I see that our production now has much more of videos than we used to do. It was maybe 5 to 10% that we were making videos of all of our content. I would say in our everyday work today, it's more 20 to 30%, I would say. We really are focused on the video because we see the impact it's making, the reach it's making. I think video is here to stay. That said, both Facebook or Twitter are not famous for video. I mean, Facebook more, but it's still not a platform people use to watch videos. I'm still not sure what's going to happen with Instagram and Instagram videos. We see a really big growth there. A lot of people love to watch videos on Instagram. But YouTube is still like it's the most used video platform on the planet. And being with Google, I would say they would not be making any changes such as Twitter made lately and completely destroyed the platform. I don't see them doing that. So I think it's going to grow more. The only question is how much more can they grow and what's the next thing. I think that they are seeing some kind of the limits with the videos, regular videos that they are using, and shift to the different kind of formats such as shorts, which is not horizontal but vertical video, shorter videos. I think they're trying to use people who like to watch Instagram videos to get them also on YouTube. I see the platform struggle for viewers there, meaning that there are some limits to it. But definitely it's going to stay, it's going to play a big role for media. For us, it doesn't just play a role on YouTube platform. It plays a role on our website where we want to incorporate video in our stories. In 95% of the cases, it's a YouTube video because we cannot host all of these videos on our servers. It's a good platform, it's easy, everyone can view it, you don't have compatibility problems. It's really easy to embed it, so I think it's going to stay there. It's going to stay also for podcasts. A lot of people use YouTube for podcasts to record them. We haven't started any podcast just because if I start something, I want to do it regularly, and I don't see that I could do both YouTube and podcast now. I think it's better not to start something and then have something every 6 months. If you want to do it properly. So it requires some planning, I would say. But I think that the YouTube is going to be important, and specifically because people are watching it now on television, not just on their mobile phones, but more and more people are switching from cable news and cable content into the YouTube or Netflix or different kind of streaming services, and I think it's going to play a big role. So.
I just want to, before we wrap up, I just want to add something in terms of the... I think it's okay now. I just want to add something in terms of context in the Western Balkans, is that people, the audience here, in the last years were not that used in using YouTube as a platform where they go and they subscribe to a channel and they follow them and they use it as we know how the Western world or the United States mainly uses it, in terms of following a platform, having it only there, not having a website and using it as a separate platform where you just like publish the video and link it to your website, but using it as specifically a platform where they go and watch the video. Same as Spotify now, we are seeing a trend where people more and more are starting to use these platforms in the Western Balkans, and the other trend that we are seeing is that not only the short format works, like people want to dedicate more time and people want to listen to long length formats, and the biggest example with this is the podcasts. We do podcasts which sometimes last 2 hours, and we see that people watch more than an hour of the podcast, which is a lot of time for somebody to spend on their phone or their headphones, and this is like mostly a video format of podcast. So I think that we as journalists and we as producers should not fall in the loop and only focus on the short format and do the short formats because it's easier for people to scroll, but we need to educate people and we need to produce more long length format and make them consume it in a better way.
Okay, so thank you all for your valuable insights and for the work and the impact that you and your organizations are making. I hope that this panel was helpful for everyone, and we are going to wrap up there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, before we jump into another panel, I just want to show you something. I was mentioning that we have the demo session later today. So just look at me, okay? If you want the name of my hair shampoo, I can give it to you. It works very well. You will be given those for the demo session. They are in the back, they are at the reception, and volunteers have them. Because we will be listening to, well, something connected with sounds. Now in the program, it says it will last 1 hour. That's a mistake. It will only take around 20 minutes, so don't worry. And please make sure that you have it. But for now, and also you can use it just to have an app if you need one. No one will notice, and you can just pretend that you're immersing into the conference. Right now, we are going into another panel, Unmasking Influence, Social Change Brought by New Media. And I want to invite Maria Ciosic, together with her two guests, I think. Yes, 2 guests in this panel, to the stage. Come on, come on. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us at the next panel session called Unmasking Influence, Social Change Brought by New Media. My name is Maria Ciosic. I'm a member of CA Why Not, where I predominantly work on the fact-checking platform called Raskrinkavanje. With us here today are Darina Zarzhitska, Director of Sevco Media from Ukraine, and Kerim Hodžić, Social Media Manager from Balkan Investigative Report and Network in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are going to be talking about the influence that YouTube and podcasts have on informing and changing people's minds on various topics. We have 30 minutes for our discussion. We'll try to keep it short and to finish in time. Here at Point Conference, we always make sure we leave enough time for audience questions. However, since we are short on time, I already talked to our panelists. They would be more than happy to answer all your questions afterwards, so feel free to approach us and ask anything you want if we don't get enough time here. So let's just jump right into it, Kerim. I would like to start with a question for you. What are the popular online formats to spread misinformation and propaganda narratives today? Do you kind of see YouTube, different formats, and podcasts as well as something that's present in our region?
Well, of course, as the previous panelists have mentioned it, the most popular way to spread information in general, especially disinformation and other type of malicious content, are very fast consuming goods, which means that people who usually deal with those kind of things, who try to spread a certain amount of malicious information, mainly focus on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. They as well try to focus on other type of video and audio formats. As we have mentioned, podcasts have been very popular. For example, the Joe Rogan podcast has been the topic of discussion in many different occasions. Therefore, I would like to say that that type of fast-consuming content is very easy to spread, and it's very easy to make people believe that certain information are true, even if they are, of course, not. Therefore, yeah, I would say mainly YouTube Shorts, because the certain research in the United States have shown that majority of people mainly gain information from YouTube, from certain YouTubers, video podcasts on YouTube as well, and certain other content creators. Therefore, yeah, I would say that the YouTube platform is one of the biggest hubs of disinformation content. Yeah.
Thank you. And Darina, what is Ukrainians' perspective on this?
I think Ukrainian perspective is quite similar to other countries. I mean, as Kerim said, that information and disinformation exist on each platform, and of course YouTube and podcasts are not exceptions. But if we talk about rapid spread of disinformation or some false messages, I think in Ukraine it is very usual to use Facebook or Viber chats for such rapid campaigns, which is like reaction for recent events. But if we talk about YouTube and podcasts, I want to mention one important thing. I think these formats have a great potential together and to develop community. And I think it's additional danger of disinformation and propaganda on YouTube, that it's not only about spreading the information, but it's also about formation of different communities. And if we, Septomedia, progressive media, use YouTube and podcasts to have our own community, to develop it, so propagandists and disinformators do the same. And you know, me as a podcast host, I realized that some people may listen to my voice while taking a bath. So I think that I have some intimate type of relation with the audience, and I think they trust me. I know that many people start their mornings with my voice, so I'm aware of influence I may have. And the same with people who spread disinformation.
So it has been also very popular here for quite a long time. There's one very prominent example of the YouTube channel and the podcast Balkan Info, where there's virtually every episode contains some sort of misinformation. Some of them are very funny, like Elon Musk being from Republika Srpska, but at the heights of COVID-19 pandemic, they virtually gave platform to everyone and anyone who would talk about all of the conspiracy theories and disinformation about the topic, which was rather dangerous. You work a lot in social media. What would you say make that type of content so interesting and appealing for the audience? Why is it so attractive and gains a lot of friction?
Well, as a social media manager, I have noticed that, especially while working with such sensitive topics as I do in Bin Beha, that people really have a sense of community when you talk to them in a certain very person-to-person like language. They have their own certain, if I can say, lingo. They have their own phrases. And I think that type of content, when it's mixed with, of course, some video materials that are probably being montaged and photoshopped, can create a very big problem in the space of informations. As you have mentioned, Balkan Info mainly gained the attention of the public because they were very comedic. I would say they were very funny, and that's why they gained so much sympathy from the public. Not necessarily because they were spreading disinformation, but of course that unfortunately backfired us because certain viral videos that they had gained let's say too much of a public space, and that created certain conflicts between certain communities. As you have mentioned, they're trying to play it on a, let's say, nationalistic note, and they are essentially very dangerous because of the way they are reaching out to the public, of course. Very simple language, very simple manners. They, of course, allow cursing, which is very, very much attractive in the 21st century because people think that being explicit necessarily means that they are being very honest. So, yeah, a lot of those manners, I would say, are very misinterpreted by the broader public, and that creates a very big confusion in the space of information, and that creates a very big threat to the broader public.
Thank you. So on one side, we have all of this audience being very strongly influenced by those content creators that spread misinformation and propaganda narratives. But on the other side, we have them themselves profiting in multiple different ways. What we've seen at Raskrinkavanje is that they've kind of mastered all of the ways they can gain more money, gain more influence, reach wider, bigger audiences. What is your perspective on this? Are they able to actually make money from spreading misinformation? Is it profitable to spread lies and propaganda?
Of course, in different ways. Till YouTube block your channel because of bad reviews, you can have like direct monetization, because traditionally the channels which spread disinformation, conspiracy theories, they have like many views, so it is profitable even in terms of monetization, which provided by the platform. But as I mentioned, and actually Karim started to talk about this like stable phrases used by creators, it's all about community making and community management, and I think another way to monetize propaganda is also to monetize is the monetization of community. And you know, it's like a big irony, because for many progressive media it is also a way to earn money, to monetize your community, and like people who spread propaganda do the same. And you know, preparing for this discussion, I decided to check the main conspiracy theorist of Ukraine. His name was Ostap Stahiev. His YouTube channel was deleted. Actually, the second YouTube channel was deleted as the first one. So I checked his Facebook page. I was scared, but I mentioned that he writes posts every day or several times a day, and which post includes disclaimer: please support me, here is my bank details, you can donate me. So I think yes, he also has like financial support from his audience. And of course there are some other types of monetization. I mean that there is like managed disinformation campaigns, and to be a disinformator in such campaigns is work for people, and people get salary for their work. So yes, it's profitable. And also I would like to mention not only financial aspect, but self-realization. For many people who now spread disinformation, they had like steps to do something else in their lives, and they were not successful. And then they started to spread disinformation, and now they are leaders of their communities.
And has this in any ways kind of escalated since the start of the full-scale invasion? Do you see more of the content creators like this profiting off of those propaganda and disinformation narratives?
Of course, yes. I think very high time for them was during the pandemic, of course. Then they spread disinformation about vaccination and nature of this disease. Now they also speculate about different political issues, I mean domestic political issues. For example, Ostap Stahiev, man I mentioned before, now he has the trend of talking about utilities and taxes. It's not about war directly, but we are very sensitive about our political situation as well, because it can be threatened by Russians as well. So there are also many fake experts who talk about war, who talk about situation on the front line. They do not have any expertise. They were caught on fakes, but at the same time people listen to them. And I, for example, I have personal experience. I try to explain my granny that Oleg Zhdanov, it's expert she likes, that he is fake expert. And I said, Granny, he's fake expert, he spread lies. And she said, well, what are you talking about? He's very wise man. He say wise things. So yes, vulnerable time is a very good time for disinformation, for propaganda, for conspiracy theories, because in vulnerable times there is no simple questions for simple responses for complex questions, and propaganda gives you simple responses for your complex questions. So it is very popular now.
Yeah, so as you said, like they were very popular during the COVID-19 pandemic, and then they hopped right onto the train of the full-scale invasion, and it seems to be a trend overall that those propagandists and people who spread disinformation and conspiracy theories are just there. They're not going anywhere. They might change the platforms they use, they might change the topics they talk about, but they're not going anywhere. And I think pretty much anyone attending this conference is in one way or another working on kind of counter all of these negative trends, working on helping people be more resilient, building stronger societies that can resist those negative trends. So what would you recommend as the best ways to kind of go in the opposite direction, to push back?
From the perspective of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I would say that we are very much recognized as the country that has a very high, let's say, amount of cyberbullying, and therefore our cyberspace, social media aren't regulated by any law. Therefore, I think a very good step would be a national level law that sort of regulates the cybersecurity space, and therefore in a certain way giving freedom to people and to the government to just sort of I wouldn't say to just like eliminate the disinformation from the social media space and internet, because that would be, of course, impossible, and that would violate the freedom of speech. But we certainly have to have certain regulations and laws that can offer us, to a certain extent, what's permitted and what's not. Therefore, I think it would be good to engage the regulatory agency for communications as well, because not a lot of people are watching TV, reading the newspapers, that sort of type of consuming information that is currently in sort of downward slide when it comes to popularity, and everybody's just like focused to digital content, video content, and therefore I think it would be of must to sort of try to at least work somehow through sort of campaigns or some other kinds to just communicate with the government and to start the process of developing that law, and to the last point, just like bringing it to the reality. Of course, that's a very risky thing to do, because we, of course, besides the freedom of speech, have to take into consideration other things which come to marketing as well, because digital media live off of marketing, and therefore there's a lot of work and a lot of consulting that has to be done with various experts in order to get to that point. But yeah, as of now, the only thing that's left is to spread awareness as NGOs and as professional media. Therefore, we need to just take our influence and use it the right way.
When it comes to using it the right way, speaking from your experience, how can we make our content that raises awareness against this, can we make it more attractive, more appealing to the average audience?
Well, any content that is in some way raising awareness isn't very much popular these days, because a lot of different trends are in the social media space, because people are mainly now shifting towards the entertainment sphere of the social media. But the thing that we could do is that we should reach out to people on a less professional level, as like we need to reach out to them as a person-to-person manner rather than a certain professional aware media level, because that's the only way that people can, let's say, we can be compassionate with them. Like, we need to have certain elements of that human side of us, and that's what media usually miss out, because there's a lot of let's say, a lot of trendy photo plus video type of content that is like they're exploiting everything and anything for clicks, which is the thing that we need to focus on first, and then try to change the image of, general image of the population of what media is supposed to be and what our purpose is.
Thank you. And Darina, to wrap up this, beware of the clock and tell us more about what worked for you, because you already do a lot regarding development of critical thinking of communities. You also host podcasts, so please share your good experiences so maybe we can all learn a bit from it and also recommend what you take.
Thank you for your question. Actually, Septomedia and me personally, we are not about rapid response. As Karim mentioned, we are about raising awareness and how to be more successful in this raising awareness. Previously, we acted like traditional NGO. We provided civic education, public events about human rights, about inclusion, and something like that. And when pandemic was started, we just realized that we are not relevant to new circumstances, and we need to transform our activity. And since autumn 2022, we act like Septomedia. And currently our main format is podcasts. And how we act. We do not spread the idea of critical thinking, or we are not talking about how to be more like responsible in using information or social medias. We select like accurate problems, and then we decide what we can do with them. And for example, for us, it was very interesting to work with the problem of quick loans, quick earnings, because it's a big problem for Ukraine, for young Ukrainians. Many people are dependent on microloans. And then we started to think what we can do, and just talk about this like it's not correct to take these microloans. It's a bad way. So we decided that we should focus on financial literacy. And now we produce a podcast, Financial Therapy. For the last months, it's the most popular show in Ukraine, podcast show, I mean, in Ukraine. It's a reality show. There is a young man, Artem Mustafichuk. He has 100,000 of loans, hryvnia of loans. And till the end of the year, with the help of financial consultant Halina Tretyak, he wants to solve this problem. We don't know will he manage it, because it's a reality show, and during the first recording it was a very intimate situation when he was talking about money, his behavior with money, his attitude to money. And then it was the second recording, and he came, and the first thing he said, it was, okay, I have plus 10,000 to loan. And everybody in the studio was like, what? Man, are you kidding? But now he has the progress, and audience can follow his story. Audience has an interest, will he manage or not? And audience also can try to implement on their own experience the advices Halina gave to Artem. So it's our way to do something with this problem of microloans and the idea of many young people that quick earning is possible. It's not possible. So we do not tell that it's impossible, but we can teach young people to be like more aware about their finance.
Thank you. Being such a young media outlet and becoming like the most popular podcast in Ukraine in such a short time is really remarkable. And I think we're quite on time. I don't think we should take any audience questions. As I said at the beginning, feel free to approach any of the panelists and myself if you have any questions, so we don't push back on the agenda anymore. Thank you all for joining us on this session. I hope it was useful for all of you. I hope we all learned something new and enjoy the rest of the Point program.
Okay, guys, you made it to the final panel for today, and I have a great honor to introduce one of my favorite people and also a great satirist, Mr. Haris Dedovic. Come on, Haris. Okay, the floor is yours. Oh, you're mic'd up. Okay, so do your show, man.
All right. There's not going to be much of the show because I don't have time, but I will try to keep my speech very brief and very short because I have 4 amazing guests here. I should have talked about, by the way, I'm Haris, I'm a satirist and a leader of an organization that does political education of citizens. You might have heard of it, you might not, but never mind. So basically, which I should have talked about podcast included a lot of data, a lot of research and everything on that end, but I figured, what the hell, I'm not invited as a data scientist or data analyst. So I'm going to tell you my story about the podcasts. I'm an ex-journalist, unfortunately for some, and fortunately for some, me particularly. So what I experienced when I watched the TV and the radio programs is formatting. And I figured, what the hell, every interview of every person that I'm interested in is the same. Every report is very similar. Why? Because of that formatting. And I was thinking, oh my God, if there would be one show that would not have a time limit or like a program scheme that needs to put commercials in and so on and so on. And yeah, keep it short. Then podcast came. I was very happy to do that because I'm not great fan of music or any other entertainment. I just like to listen to people talk, the ones, of course, that I'm interested in. Now, I'll just jump a little bit even more. It should have been like 7 minutes, but I'll try to keep it under 5. I want to say that there are 8 things that I think podcasts have as an advantage over conventional media, which is, 1, there's no time issue. You don't have time, you can speak as much as you want, and that gives you many, many advantages, such as like guests being more open and relaxed, and as my colleagues will talk to you a little bit more in detail later, it gives much more value to the show. There's no editorial policy of the media, so I don't think that your editorial policies are something that are that's something that is bad. I have one on my satirical platform, but I think for the author it gives more freedom and gives more authenticity. It's a complicated word, sorry. There is no presumptions of audience not knowing anything, because in journalism you have to go from the very beginning, because you have to presume that there's zero knowledge with your audience. Podcasts change this, because if you don't know who a person is, you know, screw yourself, Google it. We don't care. So the 4th thing is production of the shows are not as in traditional media. If something is not perfect, it's fine. If something goes wrong, it's fine. Everybody is kind of used to it when it comes to podcasts. Potentially, you can be more financially free because you have less people, and less people is less troubles. Mostly, the podcasts of certain topics have experts in their fields, and it's easier for them to understand the topic better, and in this way as well, introduce the topic to the wider audience. 7, for the same reason, pardon me, where people host podcasts and they're experts, they know a lot more people than an average journalist know from the topic they're in. And 8th, and this is the only thing that will refer to a research, by the latest research that was published in US, the most important forte of one podcast is personality of the host, by far. That means it can't be replaced by the artificial intelligence yet. So, thank you, and I want to bring my guests, 4 amazing people from 4 podcasts. Ona druga strana, Adnan Baručija, Siniša Pašić from Podcast Inkubator, Jelisaveta Miletić from Newsnet Podcast, and Nedim Krajišnik from Besede o obrazovanju podcast. Sorry. Come in. Thank you, people. Where are we? Hello, Jelisaveta. You're the nearest one. Let's start with you. I want to ask you something. It's a very important thing. You started a podcast in Serbia about social issues, about politics, about stuff that are happening in the society. And as majority of us know, Serbia is pretty authoritarian regime at the moment, in a way. But you made it successful even by not having guests almost at all. So what do you think is a key to your success? You're even now, gaining financial independence and everything by talking about very serious and hard topics.
Well, I think that we got so much success because we are the only ones who speak in that kind of way about political topics. There is some idea that young people do not want to hear something about politics, our politicians, corruption, etc. But that is not true. I think that they want that kind of content, but I also think that traditional formats such as news or talk programs on television, it just may be boring to them. And we wanted to make a podcast about main political subjects and to speak about it not as some analytics or some people that know great things, but just like regular people. And because of that, I think that people like to hear about that. Also, I think that we couldn't manage to do all of this if we haven't had support from organizations such as NED or Thompson Foundation, because, as you said, we are not really so hot podcast for the sponsorship because of the political situation in Serbia. But we believe that if we grew as much as we did, that we will gain some sponsors as we did, because we just needed a bit time.
So you took the boring topics and took the boring out of it, right?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Nedim, please. You are also one of the smaller podcasts, but very, very niche podcast. You are, since I know your background, through all your life, you're fighting for better and more quality education and more equal education in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Why did you choose podcast as a weapon of choice to fight the good fight for better education?
In a manner of what we have prepared over there, that's a great question, Haris. And we should first define what is small podcast. We have big audience, we have 25 nerds around us, and in our opinion, we are big. We just wanted to use our privilege that we have access to the people that our teachers, our professors, and our community of innovative teachers did not have. We had a lot of talks in our office and in non-formal spaces with great minds all over the world about the education and so on. We were just thinking, why shouldn't we this publish? We didn't have intention to become a podcast. We had this same as, we didn't have intentions for many other things, but we started as And we understood it as a video that people can watch. And at the meantime, someone told me that it's called podcast. So yeah, we identify ourselves now as a podcasters. But it is, at the end, just a great privilege to share those beautiful minds with other people using the channels that people use. And it is a little bit hard with our teachers because our major public is age 45, 60. So it is really hard to access to them. So we use different channels. We still send these paper notes that something will happen. And majority of our audience is on Wednesday on 7 o'clock there because they think it won't be again.
Yeah, it can't be replayed.
Yes, they cannot replay it again. To summarize it, it is a privilege. We don't have any intentions. We are just genuine in it. We use what we know, we use what we love, and those are brilliant minds that shouldn't be kept just for our ears and eyes, and that's the reason we share it.
And tell me, please, how do you think that running a podcast about education impacted your fight for better education in general?
That is a really good question because for our fight, which is really important for Bosnia and Herzegovina, I don't want to bother people with education in Bosnia, but it is crucial for the future of this country, and we understand it in a bit different way than general public do because we deal with it. We know what happens behind the closed doors, and we are completely scared about it. And what it happens in meantime, which is a beautiful thing, all of our opponents, and let's call them enemies, including educational authorities, are the major public for our podcast. So whatever we say, it's already there in ministries of education. They are talking about it, and they became, after the first season, really afraid of it. They even put some energy to close it, but you cannot close it to YouTube and Facebook. Yes, we can have consequences on other sides, but they are not. And that is the beautiful thing. And you're not even aware of how many people are in need for that kind of articulation of great problems in education. And that's how you raise the number of people who are there on a value-based connection, and that is the value-based connection, and we do not mess up with our values when it comes to what do we believe in education, what is the quality of education, and there are no sponsors for this, as Yelisaveta said. There are only good people and only nerds in this society who are now rich nerds and support us on different ways. But the good thing about it is educational authorities are the major public who watch this, and what it happens in later was one of the beautiful things. Now they cannot go out in public on their services that they use and pay, like these national TVs and so on, to say something without our reactions. So we kind of made a censorship among educational authorities, what they can say, what they cannot say, because they know on Wednesday that we will talk about it. So that is one of the great, beautiful things which happened.
That's very impactful. Podcast. That's very impactful.
I don't know, is it impactful, but it happens.
It's the beginning of an impact, right?
Hope so.
Thank you, Nadim. Sinisha, please, you are running, you're the only, I think, even in the region, the only podcast platform. Like, you literally have 9 podcast hosts, and you produce, we were talking before, around 30 podcasts a month.
Yes, from the beginning, when my partner Marko approached me with the idea of the podcast, he was aware that Croatia is a very small country and it's a very small market. And if we start a podcast with some specific themes that we cover, we knew that we will reach a certain point of audience and then it will stop. So he came to me, he approached me with the idea of creating a podcast platform with multiple podcasters. So we started with 3 podcasters, and every one of them was specific and had his own interests. And we knew that that was the only way that we can reach wider audience in a certain amount of time. So basically from the beginning that was a great idea, because we actually did what we were talking about in the beginning, and now after 6 years and over 1,000 episodes, we have actually 9 podcasters with 5 different types of podcasts. We have this general podcast that we started with. We started at the beginning, we started with only 8 episodes a month.
Only? Okay.
I know it sounds only, but considering that we are doing like 30 or 35 now a month, it seems like a little number to me right now. You know? so basically every year we tried to expand the content, because it was hard at the beginning, because the word podcast was a relatively unknown word, because for 1 year we had to explain every guest. If we invited someone to come to podcast, the first question was, what is podcast? So then we had to explain it's a kind of a TV show, but it's not on TV. It's airing on YouTube. Why on YouTube? So we had lots of these, problems at the beginning to explain to people what the podcast actually is. And after I don't know, maybe 2 years, the people came accustomed to that word. And later on, we came with the idea to create some special podcasts, like football podcast, which is now probably one of the most popular podcasts in Croatia, with that theme about football. We have a podcast about martial arts, because lots of our audience likes to watch box and MMA. We have this podcast Mysterium that is kind of like, fringe science themes, and we have this year we started with a gaming podcast. So we are trying to make a platform for every podcaster that likes certain topics, and to present themselves with their guests, so that the audience can find on our channel everything for themselves.
But just tell me one thing. How does your process of scheduling stuff looks like? Because I know you have more or less one studio.
Yes.
And producers are pretty similar people. How do you schedule stuff? Like, do you use any special tools or whatever? Like, that's a whole lot of content that you put out.
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's hard, but if you are well organized, it can be done, because...
thank you for that answer.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a great answer. Come on.
The key is organization.
Come on, I'm expecting a little bit more.
Yes,
Come on.
This is how we do it. So we are planning, if we have 30 episodes, so we need to have at least 30 guests, because in some of our podcasts we have like 2 or 3 guests. Basically 1 month ahead we are planning the guest list. So right now we are planning the guests for the summer. And then we have a little meeting, then we decide, okay, we want this, and this person, then we get their contacts, phone numbers, and then we start calling, And then when they are when they tell us when they are available, we have this list and with the dates, and we are trying to schedule them when they can come to our studio. And sometimes it goes pretty smooth. Sometimes you have problems with cancellation and everything, but in the end, somehow it happens. We do it,
Yeah,
so,
you manage to.
But
to
it's
get
a process that lasts every day for almost all day. From the morning till the evening. We are always on WhatsApp groups, on the telephone and everything, trying to schedule.
So you don't have any special tool?
No, there's no special tool except telephone, and
maybe
keep
Google
calling,
some
keep
tools
calling
for scheduling,
until you finish the list with all the names.
Or some AI, maybe, huh?
No, we still didn't request help from AI, but I hope it will be soon, and they will help us.
Thank
At
you,
least
Sinisa.
with the tables,
Thank you, Sinisa. Adnan, you are basically running a podcast that is biography podcast, targeting the successful, some famous and some less famous people in their fields, and you present their background story or actually origin story from where they came to where they reached. So I want to ask you, when you prepare yourself with the guest, of course, guests always come earlier, like you were for 2 days already here, So when you talk for a coffee and then you get inside the studio, is there any times that you have stories that they told you, but they won't tell it to the audience, and do you ever feel regret about it, and how do you handle that?
Well, in the beginning, I was doing that a lot, like preparing my guests to talk about their life or something, but it's shown that it's a mistake. Usually they come to the studio and they talk about something They told that they didn't tell me that already, you know, they forgot about it. I had that moments, but they already tell me that I won't talk about this on podcast. So it's some kind of psychology podcast. So I don't know. I'm trying to find a lot of things about them and don't tell them about it. So when are we doing podcast, I'm trying to ask them all about it. But when they are surprised about it, it's better. So when I say I will ask you that, most of times it's a mistake. Of course, sometimes guests are saying like, can you please delete this? And of course, because this is not political podcast or something like that, they agreed and came and everything. Sometimes we do that for them, but because it's about their life. So yeah, we do that.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying, you're manipulating your guests into telling you more of the story. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
That's interview, that's podcast.
Yeah.
We are kidding, but most of the time, if the guests are not famous people, and that's their first or second experience, media experience, they are scared or they don't know what to say. I have a lot of guests that are for the first time in media. I'm trying to find that niche that they will be like true, to tell the truth. Yeah. Of course, we are all doing that, and sometimes you succeed, sometimes you not.
I want to ask you another question, because there's a saying that there's a lot of lies in the biographies of famous people.
Yeah.
But then there's a saying that it would be much more lies in the biographies of the people who weren't famous, right? Do you ever feel your guest, I will not ask the name right now, I will ask you later, of course, but do you ever feel that your guest is, you know, giving you some not so true story, or trying to you know, make it look beautiful or more nice, or to make themselves look better?
I think most of the guests do that. Like, I'm better than this, and but I had a couple of guests, and they are even famous. Doesn't matter who is that. That are in the middle of podcast, in the middle of interview, I just thought what I'm doing, because I'm trying to represent that person. It's good, it's successful, trying to tell their stories, and maybe they're lying everything. Like, I had a couple of moments like that. Who, I don't know, is that true? Nobody knows, and we are broadcasting that story to the young people, which are our goal. Like, yeah, I had a couple of that moments, but the learning curve for that is to better prepare before that. So maybe if I'm not, if I don't know, I will change the subject or something.
Thank you, Adnan. Yelisaveta, I have one question. You have a podcast where there's like, very interesting one. You are a podcast almost without guests. Like, very rarely you have someone there, and you're only 4 people in the room. Are you afraid that you're going to become boring to your audience, that they will get bored of 4 of you, or like, you know, just be, I can't watch these 4 anymore?
Well, maybe if we lived in another country, but since we are living in Serbia, we have very interesting topics every week. So that's the core of our podcast. And I think that we are doing this for such a long time, and we know each other so well. So in one point, I just need to look at Marco or Nenad or Victor to feel if I need to step in or step back or say something funny, and then, you know, the energy is good. So I don't have that kind of fear. The biggest fear is when the Vucic goes down, then what we'll speak about after that. So, but let's wait for that.
Okay, but do you plan to get some more guests in, or?
Well, we created a new kind of podcast a few months ago. It's called Popcast. It's about culture, series, films, and stuff like that, music. And we have guests there because every 2 weeks we bring something new that we watch, listen, and stuff like that. And that is the part when where some other people besides us can come in and tell us something about that. But in terms of this news podcast, I don't think, maybe we don't exclude that as an option. Just we
think we know everything about everything.
No,
so we
no,
can
no, 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 stuff
Just
like
kidding.
that. Okay, no, we have some people in we could call him or her, but we just didn't have the opportunity because every week we have like such a dynamic.
Yeah, it's a hectic environment. Yeah.
Environment. Yes.
Thank you. Sinisha, please. You also had a lot of celebrities, a lot of rich people, whatever. Did you have, like, because you're a producer, it interests me from the, behind the scenes. Did you ever have some weird requests or weird behavior of people in the podcast, or they want something or they don't want something?
Except for having them drunk. Nothing weird.
Okay.
No, we never had any kind of weird requests from the guests, whether they are celebrities or non-famous person, because mostly they know what they can now expect when they come. At the beginning, most of our guests were not so famous, because the point of the podcast incubator was to bring some interesting stories for people to hear. We are not, we don't have those hard topics like Newsnet with the politics and presidents and political issues and everything. We wanted to bring to our audience some entertainment, to forget about all of that they are watching at the television and everything. So our guests were common people with no
uncommon stories,
with uncommon interesting stories and inspiring stories, because the most popular podcasts episodes on our channels were stories from people who weren't famous, because when you have somebody who can tell some story that can inspire other people, and we had a lot of that, because we got lots of mails and messages after some of the guests came to our podcast that this is a great story, I want to do something like this, especially when you invite people who dare to push their limits, so. But to come back to your great question, we had no special request or some weird request like, I don't know, 1 kilo of bananas or something like that.
Yeah, that's great. Nedim, I've seen your studio getting dissolved. I was disturbed by that. Are you planning to quit the podcast, or are you planning to change it in the future?
That's a good question. That's a beautiful question. Thank you.
Beautiful question.
Thank you for
Amazing.
that.
More beautiful than mine.
Yeah, it's the best questions you have for me.
Ever.
Yes, we dissolve it as a marketing trick. We hit on emotions of our viewers, of supporters, and after we dissolved the studio, over 120,000 euros came on our Patreon account. So of course we're gonna rebuild new one, but that was good marketing trick.
Do you need a new host? It's only two of you?
No, thank you very much. We need to pay our debts first, then we will move on. Yes, we will have a new studio, but we have it as a common space for the teachers and students of pedagogy, teaching faculties, where we will have these open talks with our guests. We want to try out this new model of our podcast, and that is to have an audience over there on the spot. So we will record our guests together with the audience, together with other teachers, students, so they can ask questions also, because there are many of them who wants to ask something. All of these talks after the podcast are sometimes even better than during the podcast. So we are eager to see what's going to happen.
Press recording when you're talking after that.
But that was a beautiful marketing trick, and we did it. Yeah, people were sad because of that.
I'm glad you can return your debts like this. So thank you, people. Please give round of applause for my guests. We have 2 minutes left, and I would like if somebody from the audience would ask something. Yes, I can see a lady here because my lights are in my head.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice. Okay. Hi there. You were going to say something about the questions. Were you going to instruct us on what
No,
to ask?
only,
Okay,
only
great.
ask whatever you and whoever you want.
Perfect. Well, I had a question or more like a discussion point, and that would be for Yelisaveta. Yelisaveta, I listened to the Newsnet podcast mostly because of you. I think otherwise I would be bored. And I think that's kind of like, it's nothing to say about your colleagues, but probably more about like representation and stuff. So my question is along those lines. So basically, you are the only woman in the podcast. You are the only woman on the panel here tonight. So I was wondering, A, is that generally the case in the news of podcasts and humor, I guess, as well in the Balkans? And B, how does that affect you, if so, in terms of like what you say and how you say it? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a huge day for all women in all around the world for me to be sitting here and speak about the podcast and trying to be funny. Woo! It's a small step, but okay. I don't know why stuff like that, but I think this is a way to change things. And we are inviting other women in our podcast. We started with a news podcast we called Bojana Vunturišević. So she was our guest a few weeks ago, and we plan to do that kind of stuff in the future as well. Meaning of this, I don't... Very brave. Brave. I'm sorry. What was the other question? I forgot.
Basically, how does that affect you in terms of what you say and how you say it? Like, do you find yourself choosing different topics than what maybe you would have done otherwise?
Well, I don't think that that is a stereotype that women do not talk about the politics. We do. Yeah?
I didn't mean politics, like not talking about
We speak.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Basically, just to clarify, in any way, basically.
Well, I don't know. I don't feel any kind of way. I'm really just delighted to be here and in the podcast and try to do the best way I can, not as a woman, as a person, but basically, okay, I am a woman.
As a female person.
As a female person, I feel wonderful.
Thank you, Yelisaveta. Thank you, Adnan. Thank you, Nedim. And thank you, Sinisha. We are done, and bye-bye. Thank you. Amazing.
Okay,
questions.
guys.
Amazing.
Now this is a
Thank
moment
you.
I know, at least I hope
Bye-bye.
you have been waiting for. So, first of all, we are going to set up here, and I have a request, especially to those people who have been comfortably sitting on the couches, to grab yourself a seat here in the front row. Do you have your masks? Who doesn't have a mask? Okay, you don't have a mask. Come on, we'll have some fun. This is going to be... Yes, my laptop to the sounds. Where is the cable? Jack? Perfect. So that's going to work easily. Thank you.
So you can just plug it in and play.
Okay. Come on. Sit here. You can start. Anya, come here. Grab the people there. If you need masks. Now, oh yeah. Why masks? Because it's, first of all, fun, something unexpected, I hope. But it's also just to really force you to listen. Okay? Because I know if I would tell you, close your eyes, you would do it for 1 second. And then you would open it. But I really want you to really close your, let's say, thinking about the reality we are getting by looking, just by hearing. We've had a lot of today, we heard a lot about how visual can affect, how audio can affect. And I just wanted to, well, play a little bit with you and so on. So I'm just going to make sure, Olya, where's Olya? She's probably grabbing people. They tell the people that the demo is starting, they can join us here, they can relax, it's going to just take us a little. I want to have fun with you. We'll see what kind of, probably you have those different contests where one has to guess a sound or something like this. So we're going to start off with something like this. I just want to make sure that the audio actually works. Hold on. Okay, we have it. Okay. Okay, so just a second. I need a real quiet for a second. There. I wanted to say close the doors, but there is no doors here. So yeah. Okay, put your masks on, people. Put your masks on. Now photographers take photos. Okay? Okay, you can start to relax, you know, take it easy, see how it goes. Okay, I have 4 chapters for you. The first one, and I want to take you through how do we think about sounds, you know, in a way that how do we use them to boost our imagination, to paint something in your head. Why audio is sometimes so immersive? Because to get the same as text, it makes us visualize things. You know, it's like reading a book, and then you go and compare with your friend. How did you imagine, I don't know, Bilbo from The Lord of the Rings? You know, everyone had slightly different imagination of that, and that happens basically like this. Then when we get a visual, you know, when I say Harry Potter, most of you probably get just one image right now, you know, of the actor who played him and so on. So, you want an easy one for start or a hard one for a start? Hard? Okay. What is it? Any ideas? Oh shit, what was that? That wasn't a sound on someone said monkey? A pig? No, not a pig. Monkey is correct. A howler. Okay, now I'm gonna give you something easy. Yeah. But you can see that there are certain sounds. I'm not even talking about sounds of like, you know, nature, animals or things, which we immediately associate with certain things. Now I'm going to understand how old are some of you. Oh yeah. My parents still remember the bills. What's that? What's this? Am I touching something or what is it? Okay. No. This is of course a dial-up internet. So if you remember it, that means you are an experienced person. So okay. What about this one? Oh wait, hold on, come back. Any clues? No, not Sony, not Nintendo, but yes, it's something. Windows, yes, which one? 95, I'm sorry, Windows 95, okay. Back to more crazy one. Where are you? Damn, this guy is really good, you know? It's like when they have this, like, what is the Melody TV show? It's the guy who understands every song. So, yeah, that was a balloon, which was squeaked. Okay, hold on. You will never get this one. No. Well, it's a crocodile who grabbed food. So unfortunately, you lose this on this one. I mean, there are certain sounds then which we associate with certain moments. Yes, like this one, for example. It's usually given as an XD, you know, or you got it, or something like this. And then, I mean, some melodies which you may recognize immediately. Yes, 20th Century Fox. You immediately know that the movie is about to begin. I hope you felt relaxed, you know. I mean, there is no smell of popcorn or something like this. But this is a sound when you know, okay, now 2 hours of some passive entertainment. So, and why I'm asking you, what is it? Because as you know, in some cases you immediately associate the sound with something. In some cases you don't, and it's of course very hard to guess. And there are two reasons for it. One is that, well, you know on a certain assumption because, you know, a certain sound was immediately associated with something. And I've shown you a couple of audio brandings, you know, which we just immediately recognize just in a second, you know, because we use something like this. You know, so for those who are more into Apple ecosystem, you know, this wasn't my computer crashing, but just basically the sound. The other thing is, you know, because they were somehow encoded or so. And of course, when, I don't know, it's like this crocodile thing, you know, that is of course something what we hear less, and it was of course mixed with water. So it kind of loses you. In order to understand what that is, you would need to, I don't know, if you would see that, you would immediately tell me that this is a crocodile, because you would have a visual accompany in a way. And I'm showing, and I'm not showing, okay. You are listening to this because each sound paints something in your head. So when I was giving you Netflix logo, audio logo, you probably have seen this moment, you know, this little red N showing up in your head. But if there is not something which you don't recognize, you somehow try to paint this in your head. And we can use it to our advantage in a way when we are trying to, you know, design stories. And when I think, we talked today a lot about visuals, but when I think about the audio design, it's beautiful because it's still like trying to grab a scene, trying to grab a moment, but you have to look for something which will make it distinctive. And yeah, and sometimes you may walk around and you don't exactly know where you are. And we are now moving on to chapter 2, which is where we are. So try to understand why we are here. Any clues? Yeah. Good. Okay, someone said Middle East. Why? But it could have been, you know, I don't know. Yeah? Okay, you're good. And that's actually, okay, let's listen a little bit. So, you know, now I'm asking you to be more, how to put it, sensible to what you're hearing. You know, normally you would hear it somewhere. And what was there? A honking, some noise, a prayer somewhere far. So honking is not exactly. I mean, I remember, you know, when I got into podcasting and I was recording the ambient sound for the first months. The people who edited always were coming back to me and saying, "Listen, dude, but the honking street is nothing, nothing unique. It's basically for your ears. Whether I make it in Warsaw, in Sarajevo, Paris, Lebanon, you know, it's going to be very similar. There may be some differences, you know. In Poland, that would be more churches' bells rather than prayers. But that pushes you, that limits your geography to what's a third of the world, you know, or a fourth. So, but this is really important moment here because it's about finding those little moments which tap into your pre-existing knowledge, you know. So you heard the prayer and you were like, okay, that narrows it down. It could be technically even Sarajevo, you know, or something like this, if I would record it on the proper time or an hour. Although last year I did like I was walking around the Sarajevo, and here you have like, you have a very multicultural city, so you can get, by sounds you can prove anything you want. Okay, let's try this one. General ambient. You said train station? Someone said train station? Nah, it's just Seattle. Busy garbage and a truck moving trash away somewhere in the far away. So there was nothing unique here, you know? So now, when I tell you, if I would tell you like, okay, show me where you are, by of course using audio, the whole purpose of it is to trying to find something which is distinct on the audio level, you know. Whether people know it or not, that's another thing, but just to something you paint a scene. So what's, like, you know, imagine that this is a sound of empty toilet. Nothing is happening, okay, that's on purpose. But if I were to do it, you know, if I were to paint it, I'm designing a scene, audio scene, I have to give an element which will immediately recognize. So if I don't have to say like a narrator, we are in a toilet, you know? I can say something like, I can just do something like this. That's coming live from the toilet nearby, so. It's just it, you know? I don't have to tell you where we are. If I'm building a scene, you know, I don't know, Zuzia is talking and so on, you hear this flash in the background, you immediately, I ask you where we are, you say in a toilet, most likely. So where are we here? Not bad. Thank you, Marta, I stole your idea. Shh, happy corner. Marta, masks on. So yeah, so this is the elevator. So those are the little elements. And why I'm bringing this up to you? Because I want you to start looking for the more as we go through different sound. You know, it's like a little bit of analysis, basically. So when later on you will hear some more, let's say, narrative podcast and so on, you can try to better understand or what to look for. It's actually very hard. I think last year I was asking some people here, are there any sounds associated with Sarajevo? You know, something which some cities have, I don't know, famous bell, or maybe a melody played on the market, or something unique like, you know, a fountain or something like this. So it's in many places it's actually very hard to build it up. So here you will hear me talking. It's not important, but try to understand where we are here. And for those who understand Polish, you are not playing in this part. Sorry, not this one. What? Which one is it? Any ideas? I'll play one more time. So? Someone who has sports stadium? 3 people. Who has something else? Sports stadium it is. Now why? Whistle. That's the only thing. Without a whistle, it's whatever. It's a party place or something like this. You don't know basically what it is. So, okay. Any clue? Airport, one more time. Okay. Who has airport? Who has something else? It's a missile over Kiev which hit the TV tower in early March last year. It was recorded by accident by a colleague of mine. She was interviewing some people and it just flew over them. So this one element, it's okay, you associate it with a flying object, let's put it this way, which in this case was correct, but how often do you hear the sound of a flying ballistic missile, you know? So this is, you were tapping to pre-existing something. And okay, let's hear this one. Okay, war, you got that right. So I'm gonna tell you what it is, and then, so this is people fleeing Irpin when it was shelled on the 5th of March last year. And I have to tell you, I don't know whether that sound of explosions was scary to you or something else, but this is one moment which the sound, I don't think it's able to give out the scale of emotions which you have, because there are 2 missing elements. One is the vibrations of the ground, and the second thing is how scared you are. We have this sound like here because it's actually part of a bigger visual and audio story we have done. It's called "We Have to Get Our Daughter Out of Irpin," and it's a photojournalist followed a family which was trying to evacuate their daughter from Irpin, and that last hit, which you heard, was very close to them, which the sound doesn't give away, and it basically disconnected the audio recorder. I mean, the shock wave basically turned it off. So those are moments, you know, where you're trying to, where we're trying to encode certain things, and the sound will always, you will always look into for something which is pre-existing in your heads, you know, which is like, what is it, trying to make sense of it. But if you don't make sense, this is where your head starts to work and try to visualize things. And I personally think this is beautiful. In a way, because it's not typical passive consumption in a way. You know, you have different emotions, you have different feelings, you have different, I don't know, basically moments like this. And this is all builds up into some stories which you can have. So that's, I'm gonna show you, okay, never mind. I'm very curious if you are, do you know this sound? Or the music, sorry, it's not the sound. Anyone? Anyone? Serial podcast, yes, the mother of the modern podcasting as we know it. So the season 1 is something which I strongly recommend to just listen to. Here is an introduction to a podcast we have done, which basically tells a story about a father and a son who are very close to nature, and they live in a Białowieża forest in Poland, which is bordering Poland and Belarus.
Słyszysz to? To skrzypi.
Titita, titita, titita.
You kind of understand where we are in the forest, yes? I mean, working with nature is easy when it comes to sounds. It's very easy to get. If you have a good microphone, you can even get a sound of ants moving or some insects, you know, so it's very actually beautiful in this way. Now I want to give you a little bit of a peek into a couple of narrative podcasts. So not a talk show podcast or something like this, but basically interesting podcasts which tell different stories. And this one is a sci-fi show, and you may recognize an actor who's playing the main role.
Dead air. Yeah, that's the first thing you learn to avoid in radio. Really creeps people out. And don't get me wrong, people in the North Country, they love quiet. But there's quiet and there's silence.
Hey! Who is there? Hey, stop! Stop!
I've gone through it in my head so many times since. He was wearing all black, I remember that. When I replay that morning, I can't help but ask myself, how the hell didn't I see it, right? It was right there in front of my face.
We are now getting some breaking news here out of Washington. We're learning that this does appear to be a major situation with national security implications. I'm being told that the president is moments away from addressing the nation from the White House. So we'll go right.
Funny thing about silence, though, if you sit with it long enough, you might hear something that was there all along.
It's called Blackout. Anyone recognize the voice? Or it sounded familiar to someone? Oh, sorry, was there an answer here? Rami Malek, yes. If you watched the, Jesus, what was it? Mr. Robot. Oh, that was a great TV show. Mr. Robot, or he played, what, someone from the Queen? Like, Freddy. He played Freddy. So, yeah. I mean, Q-Code, it's just a company which is full of great narrative podcasts. And it's really doing great stuff. I want to give you one more before.
Guys, I think I found something.
What is this?
This has been in the forest forever. You freaked out over a bunch of buried trash? I don't think this is trash. It's more like wreckage, like an airplane.
My name is Talia Anderson.
What'd you do? I didn't do anything. It just...
I'm in a U.S. military aircraft. I don't know when I am, what year this is, but I know you'll find this recording, and when you do, you'll need to find me. We have to stop Kronos before it obliterates everything. You understand? The future depends on you! What is this thing?
We found the black box of a time machine.
That's impossible. What I'm about to tell you does not leave this room. Kronos was a research initiative started by myself and my sniveling colleague, Alvin.
This is Alvin Renahan, Chronos Stability Test 4.
All I wanted to do was send a single particle through time. But Alvin twisted Kronos into something it was never meant to be.
She's spiking! Out!
This is further than we've ever gotten. Look at that!
Shut it down! Shut it down!
But if Kronos is just a time machine, how's it supposed to destroy the entire universe?
Yeah, that's the question.
Guys, people with guns are at Gabe's house.
Did someone follow us?
They must have tracked the black box. Oh, we're so dead. We're so dead.
How in the hell did this even happen?
Are you questioning my work?
Enough, Alvin. What I want to know is how a bunch of bedwetters got to this before us.
Where are you going? To steal a time machine. Are you insane? We're 13. If you have a better idea, every idea is a better idea.
Why do you make me out to be such a monster? Kronos is going to change the world.
What have you done, Alvin?
I built it. 10 years. I sweat for it, bled for it. I did, Tall.
And now you're gonna kill us all.
I'm not gonna kill you all, don't worry. So, before I wrap this up, I just want to say one thing. You know, a lot of podcasts, 99% of them, is just utilizing the voice of hosts. And it's actually, I think, missing on the power of adding some more sound layer or anything just to be slightly more immersive. I've given you mostly English language examples because of the sake of the conference and now that we speak many languages, but in many countries you can probably find examples of good narrative shows. And I encourage you to find them out because they are super immersive and you can actually try to have your stories told in a different way, not just, you know, one person talking, two person talking, but more encourage people. And I want to finish off with something funny. There was one podcast, it's called Through. A guy traveled on the Pacific Crest Trail. I don't know if you know about this trail. It's a very long hiking trail. He did like 20 podcast episodes about it, but in one episode he was super hungry. He recorded it, and then someone made a song out of it, and then that song made it back to the show. So with this, because this is what I actually also want, I'm gonna leave you off.
Burger and fries. 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 Burger and fries.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting hungry.
Burger and fries. Burger and fries. Burger and fries. Burger and fries. Burger and fries.
Oh, it's like a, you know, typical techno song. It's gonna go on like this for next 2 minutes.
Fries.
I mean, it's really funny to see how many of you is actually moving your head right now.
Oh, I'm so close to having a burger and fries, and hopefully like a Coke or something like that, a soda. Burger and fries. 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 Burger and fries.
And with this beautiful sound, I want to thank you for the day one of Point. It was a pleasure as Mixer to join you and be able to deliver this demo experience to you. I hope you'll remember. You can keep the mask, provided you donate to Mixer, of course, handsomely. No, the mask is yours. Carry on. I don't know the program for tomorrow, but I think we begin around 9. And today we also have some after party at, I think, 9 in something Sarajevo, CPK. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Okay, and that concludes day 1. Is there anyone from the Point team who wants to say something? No? Well, then it's my pleasure to close it up and see you at the after party in 2 hours, or yes, 2 or 2.5 hours. Yes, and burger and fries, people. Bye-bye.